If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
it. Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
Oh All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's
Demand.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
then.
you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my? Are you refusing? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
Are you
son,
refusing to answer the question?
scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on
That's the very funniest shit.
Greetings, peace, Hotep. Welcome, everyone. We're going to do a mic check before we even begin. Press 1. If you can hear me, press 1. If you can hear me, peace to everyone in the room. Press 1 if you can hear me, please. Press 1 if you can hear me. Okay, we have ones going all over. Wonderful. Okay. Greetings and peace to everyone in the room. Greetings to those who are regulars. Greetings to those who are brand new. Peace and love to everyone in the room. My name is Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. People call me Tehuti. And this is the Tehuti Pod class. We will go over what the Tehuti Pod class is after I give shout outs to everyone. Let me get switch the screens, do something here. One moment. Okay, I'm going to take this off and see if everybody can still hear me. See if I can fix this. Can everyone still hear me even though the camera is off? Can I still be heard? Press a 1 again if I can still be heard even though the camera is off. Okay, we'll put the camera back. Excellent. Okay, that worked. Wonderful. So let's give a shout out to everyone in the room that I see. Okay. This is a great family here. We have good vibes. I teach, and I give shout outs to everybody who contributes to the pod class just by being here. Okay, so we're going to start by those who are just here, and then we're going to see how this goes. We're going to shout out first to, of course, Commit 101, who was probably in the pod class before I was. Shout out to you, Commit 101. Shout out to you, F.U. Bill Gates, who is always at every pod class. Peace to you. A new name here. Shout out to Sorry Nobody. And peace to you, Sorry Nobody. Of course, the regular Jody. Peace to you, who gave that awesome question in video form the last pod class. Shout out to you. Shout out to Ed Wren. Peace and blessings to you. Big Vapes, of course. Big Vapes is a regular. Shout out to you. Several people here. Moochie, just 2 words, Moochie. Shout out to you. Of course, we have Amun, Ku, Neteru. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the room. Hotep Ma'at, peace and blessings to everyone, and that's coming from. This is a new name to me. Arcad Infinite. Shout out to you. Hybrid Cipher. Welcome to the room. Shout out to you. And everyone who's in the room. Of course, we have the regular Cash Peden, who's always supporting. Cash Peden, who's always supporting, and actually just picked up 2 of my PDFs. Shout out to you for the support, and use those PDFs to refresh, sharpen yourself, and to reach others who may not know what's in those PDFs. I'm here to teach people how to become teachers. Shout out to, of course, this man right here who created the term moderators, which we're going to get into in a moment. Shout out to Nani Aset Mur. Everyone's ready for the snake style master teacher. She is one of the moderators, and I'll explain that in a moment what that is. And DHNJ, who is everywhere. He's everywhere. Shout out to you. He's on the Killer Priest show in the audience. He's on Sonnetters. I think he's on Garfield's. He's everywhere. Shout out to you. Peace, brother. Good questions from him. Jimmy B, shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the pod class. We have, of course, another regular, Komet Netter G. Shout out to you, Komet Netter G. Another brother who is a regular, who has been regularly supporting. Actually, he has given the highest support donation of everyone since the show began. Shout out to Komet Netter G, who is a constant supporter. Shout out to RPM, R.P.M. RPM, shout out to you. Shout out to one of my great students, AJ Super Mogul, a great student who sets up personal one-on-one classes with me, one of the few that I do that with. Shout out to you, AJ Mogul. And shout out to, here's an interesting name, Freemason. Shout out to Freemason. Two words right there. Shout out to Freemason. Shout out to you. Welcome to the room. You're a new name, and I welcome all to the room. Whether you agree, disagree, come to learn. We just ask, support what you see, or ask questions. I'll explain in a moment. Shout out to Boss Fee. I believe Boss Fee is Black Hulard, I think. Boss Fee. I'm trying to match the names with the Cash App names, with the YouTube names, with the Facebook names. It's hard to keep up, but Boss Fee is another regular. Shout out to Boss Fee, who's always in the room. Shout out to you, Robert Williams. Shout out to you. Peace and love to you. Here's another regular who's always here, Vinny Black Lodge. And I don't know if this is the Vinny from Killer Priest. I'm not sure. If it is, just say yes, I'm the Vinny from Killer Priest. If it is, then I know him all the way back from the Killer Priest show. If not, I know him from being a regular here at every single show. Shout out to you. And of course, we can't even do the show without one of the greatest supporters, one of the most consistent supporters and question askers, Netter the Greatest. Shout out to you, Netter the Greatest. And here's another regular here. This is Tom. This name, I have issues with his name. Tommy Samarono. Tommy Samarono, shout out to you. He's another regular. Oh, my camera's on. Another regular in the room. And of course, to the brother, who is the reason why you all know me in public, because I was private for several years until this brother said, I need to get out there. I need my teachings to be known to the public. There's a lot of craziness being taught, which actually we're going to go over today. Craziness being taught. This brother right here, my greatest of all students, Ahati Ma'at. Check him out also on his channel. Just type his name in, Ahati Ma'at. Very interesting channel. This is a brother who is my personal student, one-on-one student for, I think, 7 years now, maybe even more. Shout out to you, Ahati. Shout out to Third Eye Boogie. That's the name of my snake. One of my snakes is named Third Eye. Shout out to you, Third Eye. Is that what it says? Third Eye Boogie. That's right. Third Eye Boogie. Shout out to everybody in the room. Greetings and peace. And now, and Stranger says, would definitely support more, but I'm currently between jobs right now. Stranger, you are, I think, Stranger, don't you have a, you constantly support. I believe you're the one with, it's like a Russian name. I'm not, no, Stranger. I know you. I know what your other name is. I'm trying to keep track with the Facebook names, the Cash App names, but you always support, Stranger. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Peace, peace, peace. Okay, Comedic Energy says, you already know Peace Ahati. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. White-lipped white-lipped pit viper, my favorite snake. My favorite snake, actually, my first favorite snake was actually the Gaboon viper. That was my first favorite snake, was the Gaboon viper. Okay, and we got shout out to ME-Z, who says Ramadan Mubarak. And I believe he's saying blessings in Ramadan. This is the month of Ramadan for those who are Muslims. They're definitely breaking their hunger right about now. So shout out to you and the Muslims. Assalamu alaikum. Shout out to everyone. Okay, so now, oh yes, here's a regular. Trinidad in the house, all the way from Trinidad. Spread the word in Trinidad. Shout out to you. I have a new video that I'm going to play. It was supposed to be part of the intro. I'm just going to play it on my screen in a moment. But first, let me explain to everybody what the Tehuti Pod class actually is. My name is Tehuti. On my hat, this is Neith from South Africa, a South African unicorn spider, or sea darlingi, a horned spider from Zimbabwe, as they call it. Her name is Neith, who was the weaver in ancient Kemet, and she represents string theory to me, the ancient weaver, and photonic entanglement, the energy that's keeping everybody and everything connected, invisible energy. My name is Tehuti. This is the Tehuti Pod class. Here's what the Tehuti Pod class is all about. I've been teaching for over 3 decades now. I used to teach publicly for several years all across Canada and all across and parts of mostly in America. I broke off from doing that massive teaching. I started doing one-on-ones with people, and then I end up not going into the public at all. I came back out into the public around 2006 on Pal Talk, and the Hebrew Israelites noticed me because I was on a website called Pal Talk, and I was converting Hebrew Israelites. A lot of people call themselves the Hebrew killer, the Hebrew destroyer, the Christian killer. I actually call myself the Hebrew converter. I don't just kill Hebrews, I convert them. That is actually much better than killing somebody. Why not bring them the truth and get them to come over? It's very easy to argue somebody to death for 40 years, but it's much harder to take somebody from their spiritual path and walk them through and bridge them through, like I did to the brother Mahati, who was a Hebrew Israelite coming out, and several other brothers. I convert people into truth, not just destroy them and leave them. It's easy to be an arguer, much harder to be a converter. Try it someday. Try converting somebody from the church into truth after taking apart their religion. Give them something. So I was a Hebrew converter on Pal Talk. The Hebrew Israelites made a room about me called We'll Destroy Amenhotep and His 6,000 Gods. And I was converting them, especially their women. They didn't quite like that. The women were converting. And so that brought a lot of attention to me. I was threatened. My life was threatened. And so I came off of the internet for a little while. And then I came just to teach personal people. Brother Ahati said to me that I should really come back to the public. And he convinced me after about 5 months of convincing, and I came into the public. I did an interview on a debate channel, and the one of the interviewers was the debate champion, and he challenged me, and I beat him. Then I ended up becoming the champion. I didn't go there for that, but I ended up becoming the champion, and then I just had a string of wins, and it's simply because people are debating me on what I actually live and teach. And not just to debate or destroy people, but I actually teach this to my students. So I keep getting win after win after win in that debate league. And they took me over to debate people on Sonetter. Jabari, then Zion Lex beat both of them according to the organized rules. And it just went on. And I ended up gathering a lot of new people from the internet who didn't know me, and old people, which we're going to address today. There's someone who I taught since 1995 who actually sent in a question today, which we're going to go over. And so I've been teaching since 1993. And so people wanted one-on-one classes with me, and they started, reciprocity. They were paying me for the classes per hour. But it got too many people. It got to be too many people, and it was taking up my time. So I said to everybody after I went on to the Killer Priest Podcraft, went on there. A brother named Rasul kept challenging me until he issued a debate. I debated him, beat him, and Killer Priest started calling me 9-0, and more people wanted one-on-one classes. It was too much, so I told everybody to announce on the Killer Priest pod craft. I said, okay, I'm going to open up a public room called the Tehuti Pod class, not podcast, but the Tehuti Pod class, and everyone can come in and show reciprocity by supporting and sending in questions through the super chat. But then YouTube removed my super chat, and so I am just doing it now manually through the Cash app. That means if you send in 100 questions into the comment section, I more likely will not see it because I have people that are here to support. And instead of paying me per hour for an individual class, they send in support. And the support goes as such. If you look at the bottom of the screen, PayPal is at Rocky SV, Cash App is TT Amun, and you send your support for what I do or a question. In the Cash App and the PayPal, it allows you to type a certain, especially PayPal allows you to type a lot of words. Cash App allows you to type maybe one long sentence. And in that sentence, you can send in a question to me. That question will be broadcasted, which means that your question will be eternally saved on the internet and on YouTube by me taking that question and actually breaking it down and giving you sources, research, anthropology, archaeology, translations, documentations, breaking down the answer to your questions. And you can save that and show your family, show your children, show your friends that you have a question or multiple questions that is now answered live on YouTube. I don't believe anybody is doing this. Most of the questions that I get, I have no idea what they are. You can ask the questions live. Let me go ahead and go ahead and show the screen again. Let me go ahead and put my podcast up at the top right there. You see the information at the bottom. Here is my AI moderator. Then I'm going to introduce the moderators. So support with Cash App, TT Amun. I ask for support and reciprocity because I am not just here to gish gallop. I'm not here to give opinions and talk your head off and argue and discuss other people and drama. I'm here to give you archaeological, researchable, scientific, historical, metanet or language facts and information. And I know everybody here has supported Doritos. I know everybody here has supported Big Macs. I know everybody has supported McDonald's and cheeseburgers with thousands of dollars. I know you've supported the Avengers and Spider-Man. So as a brother putting in his time to actually build your mind and answer questions, I ask you to support me more than you have donuts. So that is a Cash App, and I'm going to now introduce the people that you can ask questions to as far as how the room is run. When I say how the room is run, I mean if you don't see my email on the screen, you can ask them questions. If you want to know some of my last debates, they can send you the link to the last debates, the last classes that I gave, maybe on Sonetta or somewhere else. And these people are the beautiful moderators. The moderators. This name was created by Stranger, who's in the room. Stranger. Okay. Oh yeah, that is the one with that name. Like Sandal. He has it's like a Dutch name or something. I was thinking of Donkey. Donkey's other brother. Donkey. Okay. So Stranger created this name, moderators, not moderators, but moderators. These are the moderators, and these are the people that will tell you the email, that will tell you to give the links. They also will remove people from the room that are rude. I have no problem with anybody who disagrees with information. I'm here for informational conversations and questions. I'm not here to talk about your mother. I'm not here to talk about your wife, your children, your friends. I'm not here to talk about how big your nose is or whether I don't like your Nikes. I am actually here to only discuss information. So you will never hear me say anything about anybody personally to cause drama. I will have no clickbait titles that discuss somebody's personal life. None of that. And that's very difficult to do. I believe that this is the only channel that does that. I believe this is the only conscious channel left on the internet that actually only deals with information and holds 3 hours of strictly information, strictly video after video after video after video. If there is another channel like this, I would love to know about it because I'd like to participate and support them. But so far, I've not seen another channel, Conscious, where a teacher comes on, takes live questions, and only deals with information. No cussing, no yelling, no name calling, no videos about anybody and their mom or their children, or just strictly information. That is what we deal with here. And why do we deal strictly with information? Because we deal with ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. We don't deal with religious opinions to answer questions. We deal with ancestral artifacts. Okay? So with that being said, once again, you send in your questions. I get notified. The moderators send me the notification, or I get the notification in my email. I check it, and then I start to answer the questions of whatever you may want to talk about that deals with government conspiracy, knowledge, information. We're here to seek information, and I will do my best to answer it. I've already received a couple of questions in. Interestingly, I love it because the show begins. I'm gonna check my look at that. I got 3 from Kamit. Oh wait. Oh, he's up there. 4? Okay, let me scroll down. I have them already coming in, and they can be just support too. You guys can send in your support. Send it in as a question, or just send in, say, I just support you, Tehuti. I support what you do. This is literally what I do for a living. This is what I do for a living for right now, due to the fact that we are in the stupid 19, and things are shut down and things have been altered. Okay, so we're going to get into the questions that were sent, and a question that was sent actually last week. But let's get into the first support. So first off, let me see something here. Also, if you send in a question or a support with a donation, you can also come into the screen. I will invite you up and you can ask your question live. Jody somewhat did it. She actually pre-made a video, but if you go to last week's class, you will see Jody asking her question live on the screen in a pre-made video, but you can actually come on live and ask your question live. If you have something you disagree with and you send in a Cash App or a PayPal support, you can come in for a few minutes and discuss what your contention is or what your interest is in, or introduce yourself, or discuss how much you like the show. Discuss anything for a few moments. I will actually allow that. So we're going to go into who is the first. Let's see how we're going to start this off. Okay. Oh, and shout out to one of the biggest supporters, Beged Leisure. Let me go ahead and just put this on the screen. This is an example, and I'm going to address this by telling you how I am going to address him, because this is something he asked, which I'm going to not answer here. We're actually going to deal with this privately. Let me show you an example of one of the biggest supporters here. And here he is, Beged Leisure, over here. If you can see the screen, Beged Leisure sent $50. Shout out to Beged Leisure. And wait, did it share the screen? Very strange. Let me try that again. Share the screen. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see if it does it. Okay, there we go. Boom, 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 and Beged Leisure. There you are. Beged Leisure, shout out to you. Huge support donation, $50. That was actually last week for a question to be answered this week, but I've contacted him. This question was dealing strictly with spiritual protection that he wanted against someone that was using, which he thinks is a particular system to attack him. So we're going to deal with that privately, and we're going to go through that particular system. But some of the questions that I would have to ask him about to actually give him guidance would be personal questions that I'm not going to say here on the live Tehuti pod class. They deal with him personally. So we're going to deal with that. But shout out to Big Ed Leisure for that support. And next, okay. Next, I'm going to go to oh, wait a minute. Is this wait. Does she? I think okay, hold on 1 second. Shout out to this sister here who actually asked me to keep her anonymous for her own reasons. She has every right, and I want to go ahead and give her a shout out for that. The sister's always supporting. Oops, hold on. We'll put her as 1.2. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Shout out to you. Here we are. Go ahead and put it. So I'm doing this all manually, ladies and gentlemen. For those who have been here before already know. But those who wondering what's going on as far as why isn't that just coming up as a super chat is because I'm actually I am manually doing this. So here we go. And then we're going to get into some explosive information because I already see interesting questions that were sent. Let's see. Let me and she said, for reciprocity and Kemetic teachings, shout out to you, sister. You are awesome. She is always supporting. She may be even in the room right now, but a lot of times she can't make the room because of her schedule, but she makes sure she watches the class afterwards and then sends the support for the class she watched and the next upcoming. And just for overall support. Shout out to you, sister. Okay, good. Let's go to the next. The next. We have Wasret. Wait. Wasret asked a question about teachings of an Amun versus an Ammon. Let me see a second here. One moment. Okay. Let's see. Boom. Wasret. Okay, so shout out to Wasret who let me go ahead and do this. No, that's not it. That looks like another question. Sorry. There was a question about Ammon. I'm just going to put on screen. Shout out to you. I can't find the Cash App thing, but let me just go ahead and shout out to you, Wasret, who sent in this. Let me go ahead and just. She sent in. She had sent in 999, and she sent in a question here. It looks like she sent in two, but I didn't even see that I didn't see a new one until just now. But I only have certain time to cover certain ones. So she said, when you have time. So Here we are with Wes Red. Shout out to you for the $9.99. That's basically $10. And Wes Red says, here we go. Wes Red's question is, greetings Tehuti. I had found a source. Please see about 23 minutes on this video where Haru Hotep makes a distinction. I shared this with someone named Amun a few years ago. Had to chuckle when I recalled the source. The second source, and the question was, let me go back to it. It was, oh, here it is. I found the actual question. Here we go. Boom. The actual question from the beautiful sister. Very supportive, by the way. The sister's always constantly supporting. Shout out to you, Wesret. And her question is, I'm going to put up on the screen that I'd like people to see word for word what the questions are that people are sending me. Okay. These are random questions that just pop up. They could pop up the day of the class. They're popping up in the class as I'm teaching. I have no idea what these questions are going to be. Oh, hold on. It's telling me to erase things. Okay. Delete. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. Wes Red sends a question that is, greeting Tehuti. Ammon and Amun, are they different beings and tones, correct? Okay, so she's saying Ammon, and Amun are they different beings? So I asked her where she could source the question from, because in Kemet there is Ammon, and I've never seen another spelling. The interesting thing in the Medu-Neter language is there is no letter O. There is no letter O, so it would just be A-M-N. And due to people's accents, they may say Amen, A-M-E-N. They may say Amun. They may say Amun. They say it different ways due to the accent. And you can see this in Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. At the end of their prayers, they're all saying amen, but they say it differently. So Christians say amen, Muslims say ameen, and it's all the same. It's the same word, just different pronunciations. But this Ammon thing is very interesting. So she sent me a video, which I'm actually going to play so you can see where the source of this came from. And I will actually break down. When I saw the video, I actually realized it was somebody familiar to me. Let me go ahead and take this off the screen. One moment. Let me put the this at the bottom, ticker. One moment, everybody. Oh man. Here we go. I'm trying to get this. I'm gonna get this off the screen so you guys can actually see.
A video question in the cash app.
Oh wow, okay. So much going on. Okay, one moment, everyone. This not coming off the screen. See? There we go. Boom, off the screen. Okay, here we go. There's the cash up at the bottom. So she brought me to this video here. And let me rewind it a little bit. She said right at about the 22 to 25 minutes, something to that effect. When I saw the brother, I didn't recognize him. And then I heard the voice. I'm going to go ahead and put this on the screen so everybody can hear it. And here we are. Boom. Screen share. We're going to screen share. Let's do a Chrome tab. See if you guys can. I'm going to play this. Tell me if you can hear this. Tell me if everybody can hear this.
We find out that when they talk about Uncle, that's impossible.
Here we go. So it's about Akhenaten. Here we go.
The Egyptologists refer to it as the Hyksos dynasty.
Water wine.
Ancestors had done prior to being so rudely interrupted by the Indo-Europeans. Like,
but we now know it needs to be. But you can take over from there, Dr. Varma, while Professor Kama is coming back. Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Here he comes.
Yeah, see, man, they can't handle it.
I know this is the truth happening right here. You might, Professor Kaba, want to hook up your camera, though. I don't know if you want to take a pause for the cause and do that, and we'll just yield to Dr. Varma, or you can finish your statement and then go and hook it up and then come back, because that might be part of the issue as well.
Okay, then let's go ahead and do that, and then I'll come back.
I'm gonna remove you from the stream real quick, and so you can continue to do that. We're gonna yield to Dr. Varma while you're pulling that up.
Sounds good, brother. I'll be back.
Okay. All right, Dr. Varma, please.
As I was just saying, Dr. Kaba coming in, what he's explaining now, as this is taking place, as he's saying, this Kushite empire, which is ether utopia, right, the blissful state of these ethering or melanated beings, they're beginning to move north. Now, this is where, when you say the Indo-European, the group this is Europeans speaking Indian or Sanskrit tongue. They're coming in. This is your Hellenists. This is your Alexander the Greek and the 12 Diadoci, from where they get the word diocese. These are the Hellenists. When they say Alexander was going into Egypt, they're not talking about the African continent. They're talking about that little piece of the African continent that is today called Palestine, Israel, which the Bible writers call the land of Canaan. The Egyptologists refer to it as the Hyksos dynasty. The Hyksos dynasty is the Hellenistic dynasties of Alexander and the Diadoci. But what happens is, if we only are studying Egyptology, or we're only studying religion, or we're not studying secular history, instead of putting them all together and see, years ago, I'm a little older than many, but you would remember, teachers, when they used to teach in university, they would have an overhead kind of projector, they would write on it, and then they would put another thing on top of it. Right, we're not doing that. But if we do that, we find out that when they talk about Akhenaten, because sometimes I meet brothers and sisters who are into Egyptology, and they'll say Akhenaten was a heretic. When it says, as the great Dr. Kaba just mentioned, about Akhenaten going against the Ammon priest, it wasn't the Amun, A-M-U-N, the ancient African brothers and sisters. It was these Hittites or Hyksos, shepherd kings, pig herders, who worshiped the Sos or Zeus, which symbol was the pig. They were the ones coming in, and they were worshiping the god Amun, A-M-M-O-N. In the Bible, they talk about the god Ammon, called them Ammonites. So Akhenaten was now, there was 5 cities, when you come down through what they're calling Palestine, Israel today, and move into what they're calling lower, we call it lower Egypt, they call it upper Egypt today. There were 5 cities that these Hyksos came to infiltrate and seek to overthrow. One was called Hutwaret, the great city of the goddess or mother angel, if you will, the high mother angel, Taweret. And her symbol was the hippopotamus. They went into Hutwaret, changed it to call it Avaris. They went into another city called Noph, N-O-P-H, which the Bible writers today, and even in the English Bible, it talks about it in Isaiah 19. They invaded these 5 cities with their Hyksos, Egyptology, Canaanite, biblical, Hurrians, historical, Hellenists, Greek, culture. So by the time Muntu Hotep, Ramos, Ahmos, Kahmos, Sennacherib, Hatshepsut, Thutmosis the first, Thutmosis the second, Thutmosis the third, Shishonk, Akhenaten, these were the tribal leaders and tribal rulers, the original Reuben of the African theology, the original Joseph of the African theology, the original Moses of the African theology. The Hellenists saw what they met at Hutwaret, where the Dendera, with the cosmological creation of the universe, sat at the temple of Athea or Hathor. And when they saw it, they reinterpreted, because they didn't learn but 3 degrees of our 720, repackaged it and
Okay, let me go ahead and stop that. Boom. All right, press 1 if you can hear me. Everyone, press 1 if you can hear me. I was sourcing where this concept and this question came from, that there's two Amuns. There's the original. Well, first of all, press 1 if you can hear me. Let me see if the mic is working fine. Press 1 if you can hear me. My screen isn't moving on my side. Can everyone hear me? There you go. Good. Big Vapes, Cargo. Oh, shout out to new person Cargo. Peace and blessings. And shout out to Mo Love. Another new person. Shout out to you, Mo Love. Peace, everybody. Thank you for pressing 1. So, interestingly enough, when I said I've been teaching since 1994, the person that you just saw on the screen that was teaching this, there's two Ammons, Amun and Ammon. When you see my introduction video of me teaching upon stage, he was actually that same person is the one that handed me the mic. The same brother was that I was adjusting or fixing my mic, and there's another brother on there, and we were actually all teaching together at one time. So when I saw him, I didn't recognize him because he looks completely different, but the voice and the style of teaching very, very familiar to me. So his name was Haru Hotep at the time, and he was a brother who I taught with at several decades ago. So he's also the brother that came with the other brother to my location and did not like the fact that I was reading books outside of the teacher. So they brought torches for me to burn all of my books. I declined, and thus that was the separation of myself and them. But that was the last time I saw them. But that was 1998. So I was surprised to see. I haven't seen a video of him since, really. So that was an interesting surprise that I got a question from a teacher that I used to teach with decades ago. And what I have to say about that is that was pure nonsense. Pure and utter nonsense. How sad, but it's such a great logical fallacy. It sounds really good. It does sound very, very good that there was two Amuns, and that one Amun was the Amun brought in by the Hyksos, and that was not the Amun that Akhenaten was stopping from being worshipped. That Akhenaten was actually fighting against what the Hyksos brought in. That Amun, Amon, that is what the brother is teaching. I don't know where that is complete chaos, and we're gonna explain why that is complete chaos. So first, let me just go ahead and pull up some things to show you, because we're gonna get some timelines straightened out first, so we can see why that teaching is it's just incorrect. It's kind of sad, because for the average person who doesn't know, that sounded really nice. It made Akhenaten seem like he was actually working for the greater good to put out the Hyksos, the Hyksos false god. So that's actually completely incorrect. So let's get into let me see if I can find from one of my classes. If not, we can just oh, here we go. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, so let me go ahead and show the Hyksos ruler before much before they were put out. Let me go ahead and do a screen share here, and we're gonna sorry, wrong button. We're gonna go ahead and get some timelines understood here, so I can clarify to everybody what is being said. So again, the claim is that the Hyksos brought in imitation Ammon, and Akhenaten was put out that the priests that worship that Ammon. Oh boy, this is so horrible. And the real Amun is not what he was fighting against, but the Hyksos, who are the Hellenistic people. Gosh. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the Hyksos king, who is actually Apophis. And we'll let me go ahead and show this here. Okay, so if you see the screen here, you can see Apophis maintained the Egyptians of the Egyptians during his rule. He's accredited, encouraging his scribes to copy priceless Egyptian texts, including the Edwin Smith surgical papyrus, oldest known surgical handbook, Rhind papyrus, which explains the Egyptian mathematical theory, and the Westgar papyrus. These texts would have been lost to mankind except for the foresight of Pharaoh Apophis. So shout out to you, Hyksos Pharaoh Apophis, a pep for that. But what is the time period of the Hyksos? The Hyksos came in, and I'm just going to go to basic information. I'm not even going to get into anything that anybody can't research, but the Hyksos is around 1600 BC. It's actually Hyksos, but we'll just go for Hyksos pronunciation for now. Well, let's get into the timeline so we can understand what's going on here. Okay. So, yes, 1600, 1500 BC. And let me go ahead and show some Hyksos scarabs. And let me go ahead and show us the screen here, just so we can get some timelines proper, so we can see if the Hyksos, who was way before Akhenaten, is responsible for this. So here's some Hyksos scarabs. And yeah, so they're all the way back from about 1700. This is the intermediate period. So around 1600 BC, 1650 to maybe 1550, 1570, they came in, conquered Kemet, ruled Kemet for about 100 to 101 years, and then they were thrown out by Akhmos. This is very easy information that anybody can actually research. This is basic. Now, what happens here? The brother is saying that Akhenaten was fighting the Hyksos teachings of the Hyksos priests that were teaching or bringing in Ammon, and there was the real Amun. This is let me get into what happened. I want everybody to be clear and understand. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's get into the Ammonites, the actual people and their actual what they left behind. Okay, so we're gonna get into let's go into here. I'm gonna go ahead and screen share so we can see the time frame of the Ammonites, the actual time frame of the Ammonites, which is around 9th, 10th century BC. 9th century BC, right? But came into power around 700 BC, 600, 500. That is the power range, popularity range, and power range of the Ammonites, and they left archaeological finds to show this. But they go back about 900 or 9th century, so 900 to 1000 BC. I want everybody to know that this is 600 years after the Hyksos, the Hyksos, which came in 1650 and were kicked out. They were kicked out by 1550. So by 1550, they're already gone. They're kicked out. They're thrown out of Kemet. Okay? They're thrown out of Kemet by 1550. This is way before Akhenaten. So they're already gone by Akhenaten's time. At this time, there are no Ammon. There's no Ammonites with the other type of spelling or understanding, which is actually going to be in the Punic Canaanean Phoenician language. Let's get into it. So the dating is totally off. That the Ammonites, or the Ammon, was brought in by the Hyksos, when in actuality the archaeological finds of the Ammonites, the one with the other spelling, doesn't even come into popularity until about 700 BC, which is almost 1,000 years after the Hyksos dynasty is already conquered and thrown out of Kemet. So let's go ahead and do a screen share and let's take a look and see. Go to some Citadel. Sorry, some Citadels. Actually, let's just go to what I have and what I teach here. So here is the Ammon Citadel inscription. Okay, so the Ammon Citadel inscription, like I said, we're going back to 9th century BCE. Okay, this can be found in the Jordan Archaeological Museum, identification J9000. That is this right here. I want you to look closely at this script. This is the script that the Hebrew Israelites promote. This is the script that Europeans have renamed Paleo-Hebrew. This is actually Canaanite and Punic Canaanite, or what the Europeans call Phoenician language, and the Phoenicians were imitators of the Kemetians. Phoenician is actually a Greek word. They were Punic Canaanean, got mutated into Phoenician, and because they're the ones that gave or influenced the Greek language, the Greeks took the word Phoenician and created phonetics, and that's why phonetics deals with languages, and now we have hooked on phonics. It is all from this language right here. Okay, I want everybody to know that this language right here, this Phoenician language right here, goes back to around 1200 BC. 1200 BC. There's an argument of whether it's 1200 and 1500, but this is a brand new language. This language is coming about not at the time of the Hyksos. The Hyksos already are there around 17 to 1600 BCE. This language comes way after. This is the language that has the Ammonite inscriptions on it. This is way after. So the time periods are totally off. This is what Hebrews stole and call Hebrew language. The modern day Hebrews stole this language, and they just to have the word Hebrew in it, they have this description called Paleo-Hebrew. The European created that term Paleo-Hebrew to put the word paleo in front of this word Hebrew. Paleo is a word that means old or old. What is the language actually called? It's not Old Hebrew. What did the people themselves call it? Who were the people that wrote this language here? Did they ever call themselves Hebrew? Absolutely not. But anyway, to the Ammonites. So here in 9th century, and now Tel Syrian Bottle at Jordan Archaeological Museum. And here we see the language again. This is the Canaanite script language. Okay. Not the Hyksos, the Canaanite script language, as we see right here. Okay, down here we have the actual translation of this. Okay, here is a translation of it, and this can be found in the Jordan Archaeological Museum. Where does this go back to? 500 BC. So around 900 BC, 500 BC, this is the time of the Ammonites, as they call themselves, the Ammonite, so-called Ammonite language. The Ammonite language comes about after the Hyksos already conquered Kemet, after the Hyksos were already thrown out. There's no way in the world that the Hyksos brought in this Ammon, which created the Ammonites, when the Ammonites people and the Ammonite language that they have comes after the Hyksos dynasty. And just to confirm, when the brother was saying that it's the Hyksos dynasty, somehow that was in Kemet during the time of Akhenaten. During the time of Akhenaten, somehow there's some Hyksos priests that are pushing this Ammon, this fake Ammon, and he's fighting against this fake Ammon. Oh my goodness, it's so crazy. People don't have their timelines right whatsoever. But who was the one after Ammon, after Akhenaten came out of position, after he was thrown out or disappeared out of his position? Ammon came back. Does everybody know that? Ammon came back. What was Akhenaten's son's name? Akhenaten's son's name was Tutankhamun. Okay, now I'm gonna go to because Tutankhamun was the one that brought Ammon back, not any Hyksos priests or Hyksos teachers. The Cometians themselves brought Ammon back. This, ladies and gentlemen, this right here, what you're looking at right here on the screen, this is the Restoration Stela. And why is it called the Restoration Stela? Restoration, the root word of restoration is to restore something. You're restoring something. This is Tutankhamun's ordered restoration stela, and it's the restoration stela to correct the what his father did and what his father distorted. It was not any priests of the Hyksos, or not any Ammonite followers, or some fake Ammon that the Cometians were, the priests of the Cometians were pushing, and Akhenaten was trying to stop that. It was the Cometians themselves with one Ammon. This is way before the Ammonites even existed. This is way before the Ammonite archaeology, and this is Tutankhamun bringing back Ammon. That is why his name is Tutankhamun. Tut is for Tet. It means the copy, the image of the Tut, the TT, the Tut, the copy, the Ankh. Ankh is life. I am in the living image of Ammon. That was his son that brought that back, not any priest. So are they trying to tell us that the that Tutankhamun was under Hyksos priests? After Akhenaten came out of rule, the Hyksos priests influenced Tutankhamun to bring back the fake Ammon? No. This is it right here. I have, let me see if I can go to here. So as you see on the screen right here, this is the Restoration Stela translation. Okay, so here is the Restoration Stela translation in the Medunetter, or the transliteration, and the English. You see Nesubiti Nub Tubjed Wajed, right? Tub Wajed, right? The king of upper and lower Kemet, lord of the two lands, given life forever. Okay, Ammon Re. See how it begins off? The second line. Ammon Re, lord of the throne. This is Tutankhamun bringing back Ammon and Ammon Re, lord of the heavens. Mut, mistress of Ashur, lady of all the gods. He gives life, stability, and dominion, giving plants that he may be given life, all protection, life, stability, dominion, health with him. Re, forever. Year 1, 4th month of the season of inundation, day 19 under the majesty. Heru, bull, perfection, bull, perfect of his births, lady, the two ladies, and it goes on. See, beloved Amun Re, lord of the thrones, Ptah of the south wall. And this is Akhenaten's son restoring. He has restored what was in ruins. Do you see that line 5? Because Akhenaten left the place in ruins as far as the teachings, as far as he even left the original capital and went almost 100 miles away, set up, he distorted things. So therefore his son came and restored it back to what it originally was. He has dispelled injustice through the two lands. This is not the priest of the Hyksos writing this. This is not the priest of the Hyksos influencing King Tut. King Tut is producing this through his scribes, bringing back or restoring what was ruins. He lets falsehood be an abomination. Right? Now his majesty king, the temples and the goddesses from Elephantine, lagoons of the delta, had fallen into ruin. Why? Because Akhenaten stopped the priests and shut down the temples. Their shrines had fallen to decay, becoming ruins, overgrowth in plants. Their sanctuaries were as if they never existed. Their temples were footpaths. Nothing about. So how is it that this brother Haru Hotep, or what's his name, AJ Varna, how is it that he knows that the Ammon that Akhenaten was fighting was of the Ammonites, the fake Ammon, but Akhenaten's own son doesn't even know. Akhenaten's son is saying that because of what his father did, the sanctuaries were like they never existed. I'm here to restore them. This is left into ruins. The land was in distress. The gods were turned away from this land. No success came out, and their hearts were weak. Their bodies, they're destroyed. What had been built, and it keeps going on. Rulers of Horus, the Black Land, Kemet, as they call the Black Land, and then it goes on to continue on, and how he fashioned his father Amun on 13 carrying poles, sacred image of electrum, lapis lazuli. He's literally explaining how he's bringing Ammon back. Ammon back. If you look over here on line 13, you're going to see J, which is really an I-M-N. That is Ammon. Ammon. They put a J there because they introduced J to the English language sometime in the 1600s. So then I and J became interchangeable. That's another whole story. So they introduced J, but this is the Ammon. See? So he's bringing Ammon back. That is the truth. Let me get back to the screen. That is the truth of what actually took place. Nothing to do with the Hyksos. The Ammonites that the brother is talking about is almost 1,000 years after the Hyksos. There's no record of the Hyksos worshiping a fake Ammon, and this is why whenever somebody teaches something, put them to this test, ladies and gentlemen. If you're here in the Tehuti pod class, put these people to this test right here. And what is the test? The test is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Don't let somebody just say something. Yeah, and it sounded really good. Yeah, see, there's a fake Ammon, and then there's the real Ammon and the Hyksos, which are the Hellenistic and the Greeks. You're talking about somewhere around 500 BC, 300. You're talking about the time of 300 BC and the time of the Greeks. Two different peoples. The Hyksos are not the Greeks. What in the world's going on? But anyways, it sounds good to say, yeah, there was a fake Ammon, and Akhenaten was fighting that. He was really doing good, and he was trying to fight the fake one, which was brought in by the Hyksos, which was the Ammon, and dates are totally off. That's when you're creating stories, when you're creating religion, creating stories, and to the innocent-minded people, the average person wouldn't even know that. So no, there's not two Ammons. There's not two deities at all that are Ammon. There is the Ammonites, which were descendants of the Punic Canaaneum, using the same language, and the Punic Canaaneum, which I've shown in many classes, were imitators. They were imitators of Kemetic culture, so they took Kemetic words, one of them being Ammon, and they distorted words. That's why if you look up the Canaanite language, or look up the Phoenician language, it will say father language Egyptian. And if you look at the letters of the Punic Canaaneum, you'll see they come directly from the Medu Neter, because they're mutated. So it wasn't two different, and plus it's a whole different time period. And Tut Ankh Amun was the one that brought it back, not anything to do with any Hyksos. Hyksos were expelled by that time. There's no record of Hyksos priests still running around in ancient Kemet causing confusion and having fake gods after 1550. If there's record of that, I'd love to see it. So that answers your question. So the good sister was Raret, and that is an example of how I answer questions, and it is stamped forever on YouTube, so everybody who watches can review and go back and see and check the dates and see if what I'm teaching is correct, or if what the brother Harohotep is teaching is correct. That is the Hyksos that were confusing the Kemetians in the time of Akhenaten. Wow. No. So anyways, thank you for that question. Beautiful question. Stimulated some things in me, and I'm glad I could answer that question. Let us move on, ladies and gentlemen. Let us move on and get on to the next the next. So there's actually there's a lot today, but there's one from last week. Shout out to who's this? Shout out to Anthony Drain. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Anthony Drain, who I saw in Sonnetter a few days ago. Actually, when they were discussing, I think it was last week, when they were discussing the who was their favorite debaters. The brother Anthony was saying, why is nobody mentioning Tehuti? He's undefeated. So thank you for that support, because yes, over there on Sonnetter, a lot of people, for some reason, I'm acknowledged only to a certain point. So thank you, my brother. And Anthony Drain gave a great donation, and then we got a question about the Freemasons. I see. Oh, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot tonight. It's going to be a lot tonight. Let's get to the brother Anthony Drain. Where are you? Here he is. Shout out to Anthony Drain for the support. Anthony Drain with the $20.72. I don't know if that was done on purpose. With the 72 at the end. I like it though. But shout out to Anthony Drain with the $20.72. Peace and blessings, and shout out to Anthony Drain. Okay, let me check something here. Here is what do we got here? I don't know. I don't know. It's his Facebook name, Anthony Drain. He's in the room. Okay, shout out to Anthony. I can't see you, but the moderators have told me that you are in the building. Okay, next up. Well, this is actually from last. Oh, he put 72 cents for Tehuti. Let me get to the room and see what's going on here. Let's see. Because I can't see the comments until I actually go. Oh, shout out to Anthony Drain said 72 is for Tehuti. So he did that on purpose. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Hati Ma'at said that is Tehuti's number. You are right. This brother here, Robert Rays, another great supporter. Shout out to you, Robert Rays. Always supporting, all the way from the Kill the Priest show. I'm gonna do a little I didn't do this during the introduction. These are the books, PDFs you can order. These are PDFs I wrote several years ago. Melanin Dark Consciousness. And this is Stepping Out of the Matrix. All you have to do, if you want to inquire about them, is email me at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, or contact the moderators in the chat room while you are in here, and they will tell you how to contact to place the order. And if you're on Facebook, you can contact me directly and ask the question. So there's a question asked. There we go. Question asked. What is this? So many questions. You guys are awesome with your questions. Who is this? Shout out to Rob Will. Is Rob Will in the room? Is Rob Will in the room? Press 1 if you guys can hear me. My screen just did something strange. Press 1 again if you can hear me. My screen is not. It did something strange. Can you hear me? Press 1 if you can hear me, please. Okay. Shout out to Nanny Aset Mur, who says, got books, Tehuti and Mystical Television Gmail. Yes, that is how you can contact and get the books. Oh, here's a Here is a consistent brother who's always supporting Heka, Kepara, and of course I just saw Aluk Shak, a lucky shot. He's an Aluki shot. A lucky shot. Shout out to Lucky Shot. Nice to have you. He's another avid supporter. Okay, great. So we have a question here. It's only 8:30. The night's still young. We're going to go another 2.5 hours. I'm going to take a break in about after I answer this question. I'm going to take a break. Actually, I need to take a short break right now. Actually, because this question, I need to take a short break right now. Who would like to come? Oh, here's somebody new. Miss Nana. Is Miss Nana? My Nana from. Shout out to Nana if this is the Nana that I know. Shout out to you even if it's the Nana I don't know. But Miss Nana 112 is in the room. I can't tell from the picture, but shout out to you, Nana. Another dedicated, loyal one. She is great. She is great. Okay. I'll get to it. Yep. It's all on the rods. Yes. Okay, so shout out to you. I'm gonna take a quick break. Big blunt. Let me go ahead and try to play something. Cash Peden. Play a Tehuti track. All I have is the same two tracks from the Killer Priest. I don't know if you want to hear those again. I can play those again. That's all I have on cue inside of the locked in the StreamYard. I could play them if you like again. And let me actually see something here. I'm gonna actually see if the new video is ready. And then I got a Freemasonic question. Let me see something here. This is one moment. Is this right? 45. That's not it. 56. Is that it? 24. Let me see something here, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Apostle. Let me just play something. I'm going to put you on mute for a moment. Actually, no, let me see if this.
So we're going to give like this.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play. Is this an MP4? 1 second, everyone. It is not an MP4, but let me. I'm going to go ahead and play it in the new thing. I'm going to play this for a few moments while I take a couple moment break, and then we're going to talk about this Freemasonic question that I have here. And one moment, let me see. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play this, and I'll be right back. This is going to be a great class, and let's see. All right. Let me show my inbox. Somebody asked me about. No. Okay, hold on, everybody. I'm about to play it right now. Let me check. Oh, Netter says, "Yup, play my video just to play. PayPal you to Hootie. Play your video. I don't know what video that is. Play my video. We will get to that when I get to it. I'm not sure what video that is. I'm not up up in there yet, but everybody's Cash App and PayPal will be addressed today. Oh, is your video in the I have to look for it. Okay, we'll get to it. Don't worry. You're I don't know if it's in the email. I'm not sure. I have so much things in here. But we will definitely play it. If you sent a video, it will be played, my good brother. Let me go ahead and get this. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna screen share this and take a break for a couple minutes. Oh, you know what? 1 second, everyone. This is gonna be a great one today. I wonder why. Oh, hold on, everybody. Little technical difficulties here. Okay, I'm gonna go to here. I'm gonna put it in. I wonder why it's not showing. Oh, I gotta shrink it. I am doing all this. I'm the engineer. This is amazing. I gotta do all this stuff here. Okay, I gotta shrink it. Here, go to put it in the Chrome. Let's see if it goes in Chrome. And it's not going in the Chrome. Amazing. Wait. Move. Oh, it's in the Chrome. Beautiful. Okay, we got you. We're in the Chrome. Now I can go to screen share. Here. Screen share. Go to Chrome. And it's not showing in the Chrome. Strange. Okay. What if I... Okay, hold on, everybody. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty. Let me see if it shows again here. New tab. It's not showing in the Chrome. Okay, I'm just going to play this live. I'm going to go ahead and play window. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and play this. Here we go, everybody. Screen share here. I'm going to come off the screen. I'm going to put this here so you guys can hear it. And everybody's PayPals and Cash App will be addressed as I get to them in sequence. Okay, and here it is, everybody. This is the latest video that's going to be part of the intro video here. And here we go. No, not that. Here we go, everybody. I'll be right back. It starts off with the same Pastor Bennett thing. Huh. Strange. 1 second, everybody. What is?
And there's no date.
Hide.
So
This is strange. Let me try this again. Very strange. How about this? Okay, here we go. Play this. Go ahead and eat this. Can you hear it now?
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Man, Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given. Whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tahuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tahuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Okay, stop screen share. Okay. I still need to take a couple minute break. Comedic Meta G. Comedic Meta G, brother, can you hear me? Mic check. Yes, that's my latest interaction with that's my latest interaction. I was on Sonnetter. Me and him were doing a tag team conversation with different religious people, and a brother named Apostle came on and immediately started calling out my name and it's strange, and then had him contradicting himself at the end. Is Comedic Meta G in the room? Is Comedic Meta G in the room? If so, you can come on and tell me what that video is. Is Comedic Meta G in the room? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Put the link in the room for a moment. Ahati Ma'at, you can jump in for a minute. I still have to take a minute break. Okay, Comedic Meta G, jump on, if you can hear me, jump on that link. It explain what this video is and where I can find it, and then I will do that either on this break or the next one. Do you see the link in the room, everybody? My thing is not showing. Okay, do you see the link in the room? Jump in. Jump in. Oh, Asiatic Soldier, peace to you. There's a link in the room. Jump in, speak, show yourself, explain what the video is, and I will play it on this break or the next break. Mahati, you can jump in also. I got to take a break for 2 more minutes and then get into these questions. Okay. Okay. In the meantime, since nobody is jumping in, I'm going to go ahead and put on the song. Okay. Okay. Who is that? It says King. Oh, that is Comedic Meta G. All right, Comedic Meta G, jump on here for a moment, and I'm going to take a break. I can explain what that video is, where it is, and then on my next break, I can go ahead and play it because you said you PayPal. Oh, he's not even in the room. There he is. Comedic Meta G, can you hear me?
Take this off.
Comedic Meta G, can you hear me? Can you see me? You're frozen on the screen. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Can you see me?
Indeed. Peace.
Okay, go ahead, Comedic Energy. I'm going to step away for a couple of moments. I'll still be able to hear you, but I have to mute my mic or else it's going to echo because none of us have headphones in. Okay, so go ahead and explain the video, where I can find it, if it's in my email or if you PayPal it or where, and I'll be back. I'll be listening in the background.
All right, indeed. So the video is me. The video is me, and it can be found on my YouTube page. The title of the video is. Hold on, let me get the title.
There he is. Commander Energy, can you hear me? You take this off.
Oh, wait, what happened?
Comedic Energy, can you hear me? Can you see me? You're frozen on the screen.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you see me? Indeed. Peace. Okay, go ahead, Comedic Energy. I'm going to step away for a couple of moments. I'll still be able to hear you, but I have to mute my mic or else it's going to echo because none of us have headphones in. Okay, so go ahead and explain the video, where I can find it, if it's in my email or if you PayPal it or where, and I'll be back. I'll be listening in the background. All right, indeed. So the video is me. The video is me, and it can be found on my YouTube page. The title of the video is...
Peace, y'all.
Hold on, let me get the title.
Am I echoing?
There he is.
Hey, peace, Comedic Energy. What's Can you hear me, brother?
Yes. So the name of the video is...
Someone else is playing.
Yes, I can hear you.
Something keeps repeating. Hold on. Something keeps repeating from the last conversation we had. I'm going to mute this and go ahead, Comedic Energy.
Okay, so go ahead and explain the video, where I can find it, if it's in my email or if you PayPal it or where, and I'll be back. I'll be listening in the background. All right, indeed. So the video
it keeps repeating. I don't know what happened.
The video is live, and it can be found on my YouTube page. The title of the video
Can y'all see me?
Hey, peace. Comedic Energy. What's Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, I can hear you.
Someone else is playing.
I'm not sure.
Okay, I know what's going on. Hold on, brother. I'm not sure what it keeps repeating from somewhere. Maybe your YouTube is on lag or something. Are you in the room and you have your YouTube on? That's what's happening. You're in the StreamYard and you have YouTube on?
Let me check. Hold on. Is that what it is?
And I saw someone else pop up in the room and they did but I've only invited Comedic Energy and Ahati, but someone else popped up in the room. So ladies and gentlemen, let me just explain this. Comedic Energy is a dedicated brother who's been around for a little while. Ahati is a student of mine for 7 years. I invite certain people in the room. If you've sent a supportive Cash App, let me know, and you can come in the room and actually ask a question live. Comedic Energy sends support almost every single show. I don't know who the other brother was. If you send a Cash App or a PayPal, I'm not sure, but if you did, let me know, and you can come in and ask a question when it's your time. So, Comedic Energy, right now, can you hear me clear without an echo?
Indeed.
Okay. So, my break, go ahead. I'll give you 2 more minutes or 1 minute or so, because I see that I'm not teaching and the numbers are actually dropping. They went from 101 to 74. I'm going to take a little quick 1 minute break. Go ahead and explain to the crowd what it is. And then the next break, I can find whatever that YouTube is and maybe play it for a couple minutes while I take my next break. Go ahead, brother.
All right. Yes. So the name of the YouTube video is called 4000 BC Egypt Flourished. And this video it's me making a personal video on my YouTube page that I was looking for commentary on, and I was using as a suggestion to put on while you were on your break. The video Tehuti is not in reference to our prior conversation. 4000 BC Egypt flourished.
So my mic is working, but VR, the microphone is not working. But this it's just when I'm on a VR's. On extreme.
I believe a hot seat should be hopping on any minute now, y'all. Wait for his presence.
Commander Energy. All right, brother. Mute your mic a moment. Mute your mic real quick. Okay, Commander Energy. On the next break, I'll play a minute or so, a couple minutes of the video. I take like 3-minute breaks. I'll go ahead and play that, my brother. I'm going to get back to the class here, but thank you for coming on. And as I'm going up, I'll see the PayPal, of course, because you always support, and we'll go ahead and play it and support what it is that you're trying to get across. Okay, but I'm going to get back to class right now. But peace and love, Committed Energy.
Indeed, peace.
Okay, peace. Okay, let's. All right, everybody, we are back. And yes. Okay, so here we go. Let's get back to the questions and close that out. Here we go. Let's get back to the knowledge and break it down. We got a lot to break down today. Lots to break down. Let's go. I don't know where the pod class just went. Here we go. So we got a question from Rob Will. Is Rob Will in the room? Is Rob Will in the room? Rob Will. This question I think is going to lead to some other questions. Rob Will, are you in the room? Rob Will. Rob Will. Okay. So Rob Will, shout out to you, Rob Will. He sent, I think his Cash App is actually in the last. I don't have it here with me, but I have his question. Let me go ahead and put his question on the screen. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support. My brother, he was the one that asked the question where I think his wording was off. And I'm going to go ahead and put it word for word on the screen right now. And here we go to Rob Will, who asked the question. Rob Will says, Ma'at Hotep, my brother, I asked a question on your pod class that may have been a bit confusing. Cash App only has a limited number of characters. The condensed version did not come off clear. The question was, secret societies have ancient truth. Do they distort the original ideas of Kemet or the Natiru for their purposes? Shout out to you, my brother, for that support. I already put out the Cash App from before, but shout out to you for that support. And yes, people are asking about Freemasons, secret societies. What exactly are they taking to create the control of this matrix that we're in? Let's go over a few things. That is a great question. Let me see if I'm off screen share. Press 1 if you can hear me. We're about to get into some beautiful knowledge right now. Press 1 if you can hear me, everyone. Press wiggity 1 if you can hear me. Okay. So for my students out there that have the Per M Haru, what do I like to do? I like to show original sources, because a lot of people show a lot of times people get into conversations about Freemasons, secret societies. They don't actually show the source of where things come from. We're going to get into the source of where things come from. So let me go ahead and do a screen share and get into this answer right now. And yes, get up those likes. Here we go. So here's a screen share. Boom. You should be able to see the screen. We are in here we go. So this is the Per M Haru. This is what Freemasons have had access to ever since the time of Wallace Budge. Okay. So this is chapter. So first of all, what you see here is and I've broken this down a few times when I break down my polygamy classes. You see two women surrounding the man. The two women are Auset and Nebtet, the two sexual partners of Asar, who stands in the middle. They have their protective wings and their hands are partly covered, but mainly what you see are bird wings, which represents the vulture wings of protection. They symbolize the hidden hand, okay? So what you see is Auset associated with well, let's just start off right here. This is page 69 of the Per M Haru. Says the Inquisition of the Bandaged Feeble One. Of course, the Bandaged Feeble One is Asar, who became Lazarus in the Bible. Pylon, the word for pylon is Seb. Sebket. You see that pylon? That's where the word Saba, the root word of Saba, pylon, or a doorway. Okay. The 12th, invoking the two earths. The two earths are upper and lower Kemet, called Tawi. When they're brought together, they're called Smawi Tawi. Destroying those who come with light and fire. Lady of Splendor, hearkening to her Lord every day. She's holding the Inquisition of the Bandaged Feeble One. So she's the protector. She's Auset, the protector. Women were the protectors of men in our original culture, protectors in very spiritual fashions, such as defending, making food, creating medicines, nurturing. They were the protectors, represented by the vulture, which is why the word for mother and wife is met. That's where the word mate comes from, is actually the vulture with the huge wings. So now we get to pylon 13. Pylon 13 is very significant. In Kemet, the number 13. So pylon 13 has stretched Auset her two hands. Okay? Her two hands. These are the protective hands, are the vulture wings that protect Asar. One of my goddesses just did a class on the two hands, and this is the same word for family, right? E-E-E-E-E-U. The two hands, okay? E-E, which is the same word for family, because that is the woman. The woman is actually where the family comes out of, her womb. So Isis, Auset, and her two arms. Her two arms, what are they doing? Over it, maketh the shine happy in the hidden place, called Amentet. The hidden place. The two arms represent the Ka, and they're associated with that which is hidden, called the hidden hands. This is why sometimes you see Osiris or Asar, and he has no hands. The two hidden hands are actually representing Auset and Nebtet. They are the hands. Okay, so then we have Salute, Auset, and Nebtet. They sing songs of joy to thee in the boat, that their hands are the Sa, the protecting. The Sa. They are the origin of where the family comes from. You have Sa, which is protecting, and the other sound Sa is the same word for the son of something. The Sa. Okay, that's why the Sa netters were called the sons of the netters. Okay, so that's Sa, the protecting, because the original gods were in the womb being protected by the womb. The woman was the protector. So their hands right there, the Iiui Sen, right, are the hands protecting. Okay, so the hands are protecting. And just a little bonus here. Here's where the snake being judged and thrown in the fire comes from. Knock the fiend is judged to the fire. That's where it says in the book of Revelations where the dragon is thrown into the fire. That's where that actually comes from. Okay, so now we get into the oldest known spiritual writings, the pyramid texts, and we also get into the writings of the cow. Okay, so we see here the great maiden who has laid her hands upon you. Again, we have the hands. For you have no human mother to bear you, no human father. This is your Melchizedek stolen concept. No mother, no father, no beginning of days, nor ending. That's the great maiden who hands is laid upon and protecting the Pharaoh. At that point, you have no human mother to bear you, no human father, because you're now in a different realm of existence where you're not talking about your physical genetics. Your mother is the great wild cow. The great wild cow. Okay. The women's were cows. The word cow comes from the word kau. Ka, which is the word for spirit, which is the same word for the two hands. The ka energy, the two hands held up. That's the spirit, the ka. And when you pluralize that, you add the u to the end, and that breeds the word cow. And from cow is where you get the word cow from, because the ancient word for spirit was actually the shape of a bull or a cow. Feminine cow, male bull. Little extra jewel for you all, so you can see that these words that we're using in English aren't actually coming from Kemetic concepts put there by the Freemasons, who knew where they were getting this from. She wears the right royal headcloth. She who wears the lofty plumes, right, and the pendulous of the breasts, nurse you and wean you. You'll be born in your months of the moon. So this is the pyramid text, all the spiritual writings. And now we get into something that funny Sonetter mentioned to a guy named News Unit when I was just on there. Everybody can go to the Sonetter channel and look for the second to last show called Upcoming Debate. And it's me and Sonetter doing a 2-on-2, and Sonetter actually brings this up, that the oldest female, the oldest entity that was humanly drawn as and deified or looked at as sacred was actually a woman. The 18-inch high image of a woman, large breasts, belly and thighs, explicit genitals, undefined or eroded, and her left hand rests on her belly. Her right hand looks like a large horn, perhaps the core of a horn, or a buffalo, of course, another form of a cow, a bison. So the Kemetic cow is actually a symbol that goes back for thousands of years. This is around 25,000 years old. So what you see here is you see a cow's horn in a woman's hand, and she is holding her womb. What is very interesting about this, she has, of course, wide hips, right? Wide hips. She's a fertility holding the womb. What's very important about this image right here that you're looking at, you see the V shape, the vagina, that is the V of the Freemasons, which is why their beginnings are in Virginia. Virginia from the word vagina, and virgin. That is from that V right there that became the Holy Grail right there. And what you're looking at is a bull horn, and it has etches in it. Guess how many etches are in there? This 25,000-year-old image has etches, and it goes back 25,000 years, and it is 13 etches. So the woman in ancient times was associated with the number 13. This is why the Israelites will tell you there's 12 tribes, but there's actually 13 because there's a tribe called Diana. Diana bred the word Diana. Diana is an ancient goddess of fertility in Iraq. The 13th tribe of Israel is actually the female. They don't talk about that one because women in religion don't really count as anything. But this number 13 echoes throughout the ancient cultures and all the way up to Kemet, where a set is associated with the 13th door. So the Freemasons take this 13 and then they start their control right from here. I also want to show you that this is Menma'at Re. Menma'at Re is Seti 1. And this is the cow goddess Nut. So ancient goddesses were familiar with cows. Okay, so near this place, we see Shu, and there's some stars under this cow. Stars, you see Shu with the stars over him, under the cow right here. It's a little blurry in the image, but guess how many stars are under there? There are 13 stars. So the 13 was always associated with the bull, the cow, the female goddesses. You can find this in, most of my students have this already, Gods of the Egyptians by E.A. Wallace Budge. The original, of course, is from the 19th dynasty and is the Holy Cow record with the 13 stars. So the 13 was significant all throughout Kemet. 13 always goes back to 25,000 years ago, all the way up to Ramesses and Seti. Thus, the Freemasons, when they come in, they take the Egyptian symbols right here, the Annuit Oseptis, and of course, you have an Aku, which is a pyramid, as they call it, a pyramid, fire in the middle. If you look at this image, you will see fire in the middle, pyramidos. The fire is surrounded by an eye, but what's interesting is if we look at the levels underneath it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and the eye is 13. So they're taking these ancient images, right? And the eye, the way you said woman in ancient times was the woman was the wajet, and the wajet was a symbol of the eye, another symbol of healing. The word wajet is green and it is sound health, and it is symbolized by an eye. So the Freemasons take the symbol of the eye, which actually represents the woman, and they put that on the 13th level of the dollar bill, surrounded by the light, and they replace it with a man's eye, because this is not just anybody's eye. This is actually George Washington's eye, photocopied and placed inside of the pyramid. Aku, but you'll see it's 13. You see that? 13. This 13 then echoes through their control in today's society, because they deal with numbers and magic. And that's why if you go down, you see the Jewish 6-pointed star in the center there. That's also on your dollar bill. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 5-pointed stars, which make a 6-pointed star. And that is right in between the E pluribus unum symbol, also on the dollar bill. 13 steps and 13 stars, also 13 olive branches, and the 13 is echoed all the way from Kemet, and that is why we go over here, and there is the olive branch, which represents the light. Remember, we just saw light. It represents the light, the illuminated one, the oil that is actually used for lamps, and we see the little berry, the little fruits on there, olives on there, being held by the hawk Heru, which becomes the American eagle. And on the other side, he holds the warriors arrows, his conquering of the Native Americans, of course. And how many arrows do you think there are there, ladies and gentlemen? There are 13. You see how serious this system is, right? And that's why when you go to how this all got started, going back to Virginia, Virgin, right? The female, it goes back to a certain amount of colonies, and guess how many colonies it is? 13 colonies, also known as the British. 13 colonies or 13 American colonies were a group of British colonies on the Atlantic coast of North America, founded in the 17th and 18th centuries. They declared independence in 1776. Make note of the number 17. But 1776, and together form the United States of America. 13 colonies had very similar political constitution, legal term, and legalities. 13 colonies. You see that? So, of course, the the old flag wasn't 52 stars. Guess how many stars it was, ladies and gentlemen? The original United States flag was 13. There's your 13 stars. And of course, the Confederate flag is born with the 13 stars, once again, representing the 13 colonies, which created the original 13 states, a continuation of their heritage, which is why you see the word new in front of a lot of their states. Not just Hampshire, but New Hampshire. That's a family called Hampshire, migrated. They're making a new one to escape the punishment and the crimes, so they could become free and not judged under the old British crimes laws. They came to America, set it up, became an independent states, no longer under British jurisdiction. You see New York, New Jersey, right? And of course you have the Virgin, okay? The Virginia, right? And then of course you have Maryland. That's all set. So here it is right here, ladies and gentlemen. That's the 13 for the brother who asked the question. So yes, they're using Kemetic concepts and creating today's society. Then they give it to us. Ladies and gentlemen. Look at the colors of the United States flag and the Confederate flag. It is red and blue. You're going to see these colors pop up because they use these subliminal colors, and the shape of the flag, the stars, and everything keeping the same psychological subliminal theme. And then they give it to you, right? So they give it to you because guess what? When did black people become free? See, this is how they pass on the magic onto you. We became free because of a certain amendment. And guess what amendment that was, ladies and gentlemen? Because remember, the 13 colonies became free. That's why they became independent, and that's why they have an Independence Day, because they are now free. So when they pass this mentality on to us, because we're also familiar with it, we have the freedom for African Americans. Guess what amendment it is? Of course, the 13th Amendment made slavery illegal. The 13th Amendment, you see? So they're controlling all of this, controlling the number systems, getting you used to the number 13, liking the number 13 because you had it inside of your culture at ancient times. So they take the 13 flag right here, their Masonic flag, their Confederate flag, and they give it to you, representing your freedom, which represents Juneteenth flag, the popular colors and flags that are paraded, especially here all over Los Angeles and California, with the 5-pointed star, the blue and the red, and 2 black hands breaking chains, because now you're independent and you're free with your red, white, and blue, just like the Freemasons. Okay, and there's your 13. Okay, and that's why on that day, what you do is you feed yourself to sickness, because you are free to eat whatever you want. Here it is, Juneteenth, right there with the red, white, and blue, with the 5-pointed star in the center. And they advertise it over here and throughout America as African American Independence Day. You see, they subliminally have to have you copy your slave master, because they don't want you to have any original culture. You have to subconsciously copy the other people that took you. Then they created the 13th Amendment and gave you Juneteenth, the American Independence Day, because when we go to Independence Day, which for some reason black people celebrating Independence Day 1776. Where were black people in 1776? What were black people doing in 1776. I could have swore black people were slaves. So how ridiculous it is, how Stockholm syndrome it is for black people to go out there and celebrate Independence Day. You're celebrating the independence of the person that had you in slavery. That's very amazing, people. Very embarrassing to the ancestors that you would actually go out and celebrate Independence Day that started in 1776, the time that you were actually not independent. You were actually being raped and killed, and then you're celebrating the freedom of the actual people that had you raped and killed. So we are in a very bad mental state. But here it is, Independence Day. See the 13th colony, 4th of July, and what does it say? And were now united and free. They were free. They were the ones that were free. They're celebrating their freedom while enslaving another people and killing and enslaving another people. Killing and enslaving African people, as they call blacks, and killing and raping Native Americans while celebrating their freedom in 1776. So now you have black people celebrating Independence Day, but you would find your daughter absolutely ridiculous if she celebrated her rapist birthday. If you had a daughter that was raped and the rapist was never convicted, and your daughter said, I want to celebrate my rapist's birthday, what would you think, fathers? Would you say, yeah, great idea. Great idea, daughter. I have a daughter that has been raped and beat down. And when it's her rapist's birthday, actually, when the rapist broke out of jail and became free, the day that the rapist got out of jail and became free, on that day, every day that year, your daughter celebrates that day of the freedom of her rapist. That's how ridiculous July Independence Day is for black people to celebrate. But that is the mind control they have. And of course, it goes all the way back to this. I've shown this a few times. Here is the Kemetic symbol of judgment and righteousness, the feather being weighed against the heart, both being light as possible. And of course, in the Freemasonic temple, what do you see? You see the scales right here, and you see a very interesting thing. What you see is you see a beehive. Another Kemetic symbol, which we're going to get into. And of course, here is the temple, and you see the checkerboard. You see the white and the black, right? Symbolizing duality and opposition. And then, of course, you see on the corner, you see a scale-looking object and several bees flying around. And you see the Omega symbol, which in ancient Kemet was a Shen symbol called the symbol of life. When the Europeans took it, they made it Omega, which represents death or the end of something very quite interesting. So, of course, Tehuti, the god of law, and Anpu, the wearer of the scale, got migrated into Masonry. And so when the Masons created their court of law, they had to have men that represented the justice symbol. And what did they become? They became lawyers. So thus, on the lawyer's table, you see the scales of Ma'at, which represents judgment. And that is from the judgment of the scales of Ma'at coming out of Kemet. You see the bee hive there, right? So of course, if somebody was to get you, I'm going to come back to the room and ask everybody real quick, interact with everybody for a little minute here, and I'm going to ask everybody if you could for me. Let's see if we can type it in the room. What is the alphabet? What actually is the alphabet? Those who have seen me teach this on Killer Priest, don't go blow it for everybody. But what is the alphabet? Would anybody like to come up to the screen or maybe just type in the room? What is the alphabet? What actually is the alphabet? I don't know why my screen is not showing the bottom of the chat. What is the alphabet? Anybody know? What is the alphabet? All right, we have F.U. Bill Gates pressing 1. But what is the alphabet? Anyone? Yeah, what is the alphabet? There we go. These are people from my classes in Kill the Priest pod class. What is the alphabet? All right, we got a bunch of different answers here. What is so interesting, right? That in school, if you're asked this, it wouldn't be a bunch of different answers, but you come across the Tehuti pod class or Kill the Priest where I'm teaching, and now we're expanding the consciousness. So now, for the first time, we have people actually giving a bunch of different answers as to what the alphabet is. This is good. This is the awakening. If we were to go back a couple years ago or just go back to our childhood, every single child would say the alphabet is the letter system from A to Z. That's basically, it's quite simple. Quite simple. So that is the alphabet. But in actuality, the alphabet is not from A to Z. The alphabet is only from A to B. First and second, duality, 1 and 2. That is the actual alphabet. Let's go through it. Alphabet is 2 and 13 at the same time. Let's see, how is the alphabet 2 and 13 at the same time? Let's take a look and see how is it. So I made this chart here to show everybody. Here is the alphabet. How many letters does the alphabet have in it? Everybody, just type in the room. How many letters does the alphabet have? I'll show it right there. I'll come back to the room. How many letters does the alphabet have? How many? How many letters does the alphabet have? Let's see how good we did in school. How many letters does the alphabet have? Just anybody type it in the room, and I'm going to put it on the screen. Everybody who's listening to while people are doing this, welcome to the Tehuti pod class where you get to ask your questions. They get answered thoroughly. They get answered thoroughly. You get to support. You get to send in cash apps with questions or just support and help the channel, help reciprocity. And please, everybody who's watching this, support. For those who want to ask questions about events or where I've been or where I'm going to be, go ahead and contact the moderators. Okay. That is the Cash App right there. And at the bottom, that is the PayPal. Please support. That is the end of the commercial break. Everyone support. And let's get into how many letters are in the alphabet. Everybody, we got 26. We got a lot of answers here. This is strange. We all speak English and we have different answers to how many letters are in the alphabet. We even have 360. But anyways, everybody would answer 26 before the Tehuti Prague class, before everybody would just answer 26. But in actuality, we see some right answers here because people's minds are expanding. So let's take a look and see. 107 people watching. Wonderful. 107 people watching. Please support. We have different. Look at the answers here. We have 26. We got 26-2. We have fractional numbers. We have 13. We have somebody saying 360. This is awesome. I love it. We got my Mentor G saying alphabet is alphabet. That's 2 letters. That's absolutely right. Let's take a look and break it down, everybody. Let's take a look and break it down. Thank you, Rob Will, for asking this question. We're going to look at how the Freemasons and how are they using ancient knowledge to rule us today subconsciously. Here is the alphabet. The alphabet is A, B. That's it. That's where it ends, alpha and beta, which is A and B. But how many letters are there actually from A to Z? Just A, B, D, E, G, I, O, P, Q, T, V, Z. That sounds weird, doesn't it? Very, very strange. So I made this chart here to show everybody that letters actually start with their own sound, such as the letter A is A. That has the letter A. It sounds with the letter A. B is B, B. So it starts with the letter B because it's B. C, though, is a little strange because C can start with the letter S. S also makes a S sound. So we cancel that one out. D is good because D starts with a D. It is a D. E starts with an E, but F starts with an E also. F does not start with the letter F. F actually starts with an E. G. That makes sense because G starts with a G. G can make a G sound or a G sound, like if you have somebody in your family named Gigi. H, though, H starts with the letter A. H, that's A, so that doesn't count. I is pretty good. J doesn't count because J actually was never in the English language until the late 1500s or so, or 1600s. J was never even up there. So if you have somebody in 1500 to say the alphabet, they would never even say the letter J. So that is a fake one. That's not there. K, that starts with a K. L is ELL. It starts with a E. That doesn't count. M doesn't start with an M. M also starts with an E. N starts with an E. O starts with itself, so that's squared off. That counts. P starts with a P. Q is a Q because Q is actually two letters. It's actually KNU. That's Q. So Q starts with itself because this is why you find that when you try to write letters, words with a Q in it, you have to automatically put the U in there because they know that that's what the sound actually is. It's not a regular K sound. It's actually a Q with a U sound in it. R starts with an A. S starts with an E. T starts with a T. V starts with a V. W starts with a D, and it's actually two letters. It's W, which is two U's. And that's a Freemasonic code too, which we're going to see in a moment. Two U's or two V's, and Z starts with a Z. X doesn't start with an X. Y actually starts with a W. Y starts with a W. Okay, so that is 13. When we count them all, we get 13 letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then there's the debatable ones. There's actually 13 letters in the English alphabet. They know that the number 13 is in the English alphabet. And that's why if you look at this right here, you see that? Is that 12, 13, 14, or is that ABC? Let's take a close look at this, ladies and gentlemen. There's one thing that's not changing, and your mind doesn't have any problem with that. See the 12, 13, 14, or is that the letter B? The letter B in actuality is a 1 and a 3, which makes a 13. That's actually what it is. And that's why when you look at this chart with the numbers changing into letters, the middle one doesn't have to change because 13 and the letter B are in actuality the same thing. B13 represents the end. That's why there's only 13 letters, and it represents B, which is also the end, because it only goes alpha, beta. Okay, so this is why the Freemasons put a B there. It actually represents a Kemetic deity, and that's why that beehive was in the Freemasonic temple. So because the B in actuality is what creates the alphabet, right? And the alphabet are actually letters that you can create magic with. That's why they call it spelling. That's why when you connect the spelling, it's called in cursive. One has the word spell in it, and one has the word curse in it. Okay? So, of course, when you are a child and you're learning your alphabet and you want to compete with the alphabet, what do they call it? What do they call it when you want to compete with the alphabet? Of course, they call it a spelling bee. You see that? So this is the spelling bee right here. Here we go. You see that? The spelling bee, right? It represents communal work, right? That same beehive that you see inside of the temple, right? But it represents religion. It represents spirituality. They didn't tell you that it represents spirituality, but in actuality, it represents spirituality the husking bee that works together, right? There's the A bee or the apple bee. You see that? But when you look at the bee, right? Our bee, our bean, they have there. What do they have here? Bee ties into beanie, which means what? Prayer. Prayer. You see that? So all of these things link in. There's your spelling bee, the communal hive system, and there's your children in there having the spelling bee, spelling competition with a B. And when they advertise the spelling bee, of course, they're going to put the hexagons there because the hexagons are actually the symbol that the bee makes. And this is the actual symbol that represents or is actually formulating the womb. The womb is actually made of hexagons because it represents bee, which is bait, which is family. This is where the Hebrew Israelites get the stole the term. The family of Israel, Beit Israel, is from B, and it is a family or the communal, the beat or the bait, Okay, that is a communal, and that word actually is a Kemetic word. It's called Nesu Biti. Okay, this ties into the goddess of the bee. Who's the goddess of the bee? The same one that I wear on my hat, representing the spider, and this is Neith, right? So he's associated with primordial waters. In fact, her name may even mean water. Knit, close to the word for red crown for Lower Egypt. Her name is likened to weave, knitting, bringing things together, creating things, right? Creating things. When you weave and bring things together, you create something. And of course, the word for creating something, after something is created, what is it called? It comes into being, right? Of course it does, right? So of course there's your be right there. So things come into being and you become a living bee or a living being, as the Egyptians surely understood and read this, as they love puns and plays for words. So we have and of course, our celebration was when? In the third month. There's your number 3. And guess what day of the month? The 13th day. The 13th day, which is September today. September became the January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September became the 9th month, right? Which is originally the 7th month from the word sept. But in Kemet, it was the 13th, the third month, and the 13th day was the celebration of, there's your lamps and lights again, of the 13th day was a celebration of the goddess of the bee, which was Neith. So 13 to Kemetians represented the goddess of creation, Neith. So once again, now we look over at Neith, right? Neith, who's an important Egyptian religion deity, once immediately involved the formation of the cosmos. And then when we go down here, her associate is known especially close in so much as its name. It is not simply referred to as Deshret or Red. It is virtually indistinguishable, at least in its writing, from her own. Neith is one representative of the goddess of Lower Egypt, Kemet, seest the site of what? The house of the bee. You see that? So the temple was the house of the bee. Here it is right here. The way you said ruler in ancient Kemet was Nesu Biti. And there is your bee right there. The Freemasons are taking the symbol and creating the alphabet system, the beehive, the spelling bee, coming from Nesu Biti. That's where they actually get the word bee from. And that is the house of the bee, which was Neith's house. And that's why you find that if we go all the way back to the tomb of Pabasa, chief steward of the god's wife Amun, back in 655 BC, you notice the prayer position. We did not take from the bee, but we gave honor and worship, a reciprocal relationship with nature. You see that? So here it is. Here's the two hands. Again, that's the Ka symbol. And we're giving two hands to the bee. This is when the European now comes in and they see us in the motherland and they say, look at these primitive Africans, look at these primitive Native Americans. They're worshiping bees, they're worshiping animals, they're worshiping the river, they're worshiping trees. Yes, we did. Who on earth ever said that was wrong? The Bible? The Bible didn't even exist. The Bible didn't even exist when Pabasa in 55 BC, there was no Bible on the planet to say not to worship the bee, because we had a different concept of worship. You take from the bee and you give back to the bee. It's reciprocity. You don't just take from something. So in ancient times, you take from something, you eat an apple, you take the seeds and you plant it back into the ground. That is our reciprocity culture. Totally different from today's culture. But just to show the Cometians and the Nile Valley, yes, worship the bee. The Freemasons took this. People in Kemet along the Nile were the first beekeepers in history. The bee and its products had an importance that was not only agricultural, but also nutritional, medicinal, ritualistic. Honey was more than just food. It was applied to wounds. So once again, we have the bee representing the woman, representing production of life, representing community, and also representing healing, the eye, the uwajit, which is healing. The wounds for its antiseptic properties, it was believed to prevent miscarriages. Who has miscarriages? Women. You see the bee associated with the female. Beeswax was used in mummification and candle making to preserve things, just like the womb preserves the child. There was also a large demand for honey to be used as offerings to the nectar of the gods. Ramesses III made an offering. Look how serious the Cometians were about their religion and way of life. Ramesses III made an offering of 21,000 jars of honey to Hapi, the Nile god. And when Re wept, his tears turned into a bee. He busied himself. This is where you get these terms from. Busy bee. Busied himself with the flowers of every plant. So wax was made as honey to preserve things. Okay, so this is where they get these concepts from. And of course, if we go to, we'll end off like this. If we go to let's have some fun and go live to the Freemasonic codes of Gematria, which is actually the Hebrew. Gematria calculator. Let's see if this one's it. Is this one it? Oh, that's the Jewish one. We're going to go to the English ordinal one because, of course, it was the British and the English that came over here and set up the Freemasonry. So we're going to go to, here we are, the Gematria, but where, okay, tools, calculator, boom. Here it is. So here's the Gematria calculator where every letter equals a number, such as A. A is 1. Y is 25, right? So we're going to type in the calculator and see what this equals. A. What does a B equal? BE. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. You put in a B into the Gematria calculator and you get English full reduction of course, 13. You understand how serious this is? So AB in reduction is 13. That's AB. Okay. Now let's go back to let's go back to end off right here. You see, you have what is the first letter of Masonry? It is an M. You see that? None of this is coincidental, right? When you take the M upside down, because again, the Freemasons are dealing with duality symbolisms all throughout, being used today for mind control, but originally represented something positive, such as the yin yang, but now represents something negative, such as the Popi, which is P and two B's upside down. Popi, which becomes, they say, is father, because of course father comes from the ancient Kemetic word Baba, which is father, and the letter B in English upside down turns into the letter P, and that becomes the Papa, which created the word Pope. Again, duality. But you take this letter M and you turn it upside down, and it's a reflection of itself. And what does it create? It creates an M upside down, which is a W. Is this a coincidence that the M and the W are the same thing upside down? Absolutely not. Because we have what is called in Freemasonry, because they always leave their codes. You have the high degree called the worshipful master. See that worshipful master? The worshipful master. Worshipful master, which is what? MWRWM, which is in actuality the compass and the square representing Imhotep, and the builders of the pyramids and the builders of Kemet. But this compass and the square in actuality is the W. You see the W right there? That is a W. You flip that upside down, and it is the M. And that forms right there, worshipful master, WM. But it doesn't end there because they're very serious. So they not only created M to create the word Mason, but what letter in the alphabet is M? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Notice you sing it though. If you ask somebody to count from 1 to 10, they just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 11, 12, 13, 14. They just count. But when you say your alphabet, you actually sing it. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. What number is that? Here it is. Here's the chart right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And there is your M, which is, ladies and gentlemen, the 13th letter of the alphabet. That is the letter M right there, representing the 13th letter of the English alphabet, all going back to the number 13, the hidden one, Aset, the hidden hand. And that's why you see some Freemasons today walking around with their hand inside their shirt, representing the hidden hand inside the shirt. And there's multiple images I have of several people who did not know each other, and they have the hidden hand, such as this gentleman right here with the hidden hand. So I'm going to end right there, though. Thank you, Rob Will, for asking that question. That was, let me get back to the room here. That was a great question. And thank you, people, for the support. That is the way that I answer questions. So please support, because these are the kind of answers you get. Thorough, factual. You can take that, research everything. If there's something I said within that breakdown or any other that you find to be untrue, come back and challenge. If you come and research and find it all to be true, come back and give respect for the time and several hours and years it takes to find all that. Okay, so peace and love to Rob Will for that question. And I hope you're in the room. If you're not in the room, you can see it because it's on YouTube forever. Brother Hicka, here's some responses to the answer. Hicka says, brilliant. Thank you, brother. Yes. Rob Williams is here. Are you the Rob Williams that asked? Yeah. He says, damn, I think this is the Rob Williams. This must be him, the one that actually asked the question. Brother Kamit 101 says, that is what I call a powerful answer. Thank you. Even the Freemason says, peace and love to Tehuti. That's awesome. Thank you, everybody. I'm glad you appreciate. Sorry, nobody. Nania Set Mer. And somebody said I did get the number system part right though. Good for you. Wonderful. Awesome. Grand plagiarist. That's you dropping bombs. Somebody said grand plagiarist. Yes. Desmond, grand plagiarist. And that is how they take ancient symbols. Thank you, Jody. Ancient symbolism and use it for today's mind control. Mind control. And we see Will Smith with the hand and the jacket. I mean, because they have to show their they have to show what they do. That's one of the codes. That's one of the codes. You have to show what you do. You can't keep it a full secret. You have to place it in front of people so that they can say it was there. It was there. We showed you. We're right here. I'm right here in front of you. And they laugh at people because people don't see these things. Okay, so Jody says, wish I didn't know both of those topics in such great detail. Hotep to Sullen Rock. Let's continue, guys. We have a lot of more questions. I'm glad you guys appreciate it. All the breakdowns there. And that is all from that is all that you see. A lot of people ask, people may ask when they see that, what books is that from, Tehuti? Where did those that's all my work. Everything you see me present is all my work. Everything you want to research from my work, I have references, archaeology. But when you see the presentation and it put together like that, that's why it says by Tehuti at the bottom. I don't have any a lot of people are raised up by certain teachers, and when people refer to information, they refer to their books. I don't really I don't have any of those. I don't really it takes me about 2 months to read a page of a book. So I don't have any I have thousands, hundreds of books in here, but the work that you see is from my work. Appreciate that. Right before your eyes. That's what your name means, right? E-Manifesto, right? Right before your eyes. Wonderful. We have Lucci C2X says, glad I found your teachings and videos. I'm glad I found you. Are all the moderators in the room? Are all the moderators in the room? The moderators. I see Nani Aset Mur. I see Ahati. Where are the moderators? Okay. Tehuti wants some of those PDFs. I know, we'll work something out. So now let's go back to the questions for those who came in the room. I answer questions that are sent in through support with Cash App, $TT Amun, and also I have the PayPal. Send in your support, send in your questions, and those are the kind of answers that you get. No drama, no insults to anybody, no cussing, no name calling, none of that those strange things. Just straight information. Let's get to the rest of the questions, everybody. Go ahead and show your support and send in questions. If they don't get all answered tonight, they will get answered on the next pod class. Okay, let's get to it. So we have shout out to Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell is another continuous supporter of the pod class. Let me see something here. 4. Nito is always supporting every pod class. Thank you, my brother. We're going to go to you and throw you up on the screen to show the support. This one didn't have a question, just support. I appreciate that. I do get tired, so I appreciate that. Thank you. $18 for moving out of the matrix. That is wonderful, brother. I'm glad you are moving out of the matrix. That is for those that just came in the room, that is the name of one of my writings, which is Stepping Out of the Matrix. Secrets of the Ages, Stepping Out of the Matrix, which is very good information in there. And I designed it for people to teach, for people to find the little jewels in there that are advanced for you on your level. Use the rest. If you see information in there that you say, I've seen this before, I know I'm familiar with some of this. Thank you, Tehuti, for putting it together. I put it together in a way so that you could teach your Christian lady, your Christian man, your mother, in a way to convert them out of Hebrewism, of just the matrix. I read it and I wrote it in a way so that you can be a teacher. Okay, let's move on, everybody. Let's move on. We have a lot of them. So thank you. What is this? what is this here? Is this Kamit? Tehuti, I'm sending a video in today. It'll be in 2 parts due to the size of the file. Okay, so I have Kamit sending. Sorry about the editing. Okay, well, I'm getting a lot of things. First part of the video question. Okay, I'm not getting. I guess I'll keep seeing it as I scroll up. So I don't see. Maybe it's a further up. Maybe I think the brother Kamit just send me those to say what he's going to send, and then as I scroll further up, I'll see it. So we'll move on. We're gonna get to you, Kamit. Don't worry about it. I'm doing it in order. That is the order of the emails. The next one after Kamit telling me he's sending me a video. Shout out to Kamit is Jermaine. Hey, Jermaine has a great question, and I'm gonna Jermaine has a great question. Shout out to Jermaine. I'm not familiar with Jermaine, or maybe I am under. Maybe he has another name. But shout out to you, my brother. He says, simple question. I like it. Simple question. He says, simple question here. Oh, actually, I didn't read it right. I thought it said, should we read the Book of the Dead? Now that I see it on the screen, it says, how should one read the Book of the Dead? That is not a simple question. I take that back. That is not a simple question at all. Shout out to your question, though, Jermaine. Thank you. Thank you for that question. And so the first step, let me see if Jermaine, are you in the room? Jermaine, if you're in the room, press 1 so I can ask you if you have some tools on you to see what, because there's not one Book of the Dead. So let me go back to the, let me get this off. Let me see what you have, and then we'll go from there. Where is branding? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, I don't see the section where I can click on the chat anymore. What? Oh, my room is okay, I see it now. I got it. Okay, Jermaine, are you in the room, my brother? Are you in the room, my brother? Which one are you, Jermaine? Are you is that you? Okay, this is Jermaine here. All right, Jermaine. That's a good question because the book, the Per Am Haru, the yellow one, is extremely incomprehensible if you don't understand the stories and the concepts behind it, because it's not written in a story way like the Bible. It's written for those who know what it's talking about before they even before they read it. So let me do this. Let me go to where is it? Where's my Purim Haru? Here it is. 1 second, Jermaine. I want to show you something here. But my Purim Haru is not loading up. I may have to start over again. Okay. 1 second, Jermaine. I have to reload it. Reload it. Oh, here it is. No. Oh. I'm already in it. Okay. Book of the Dead. Book of the Dead Hunefer. Book of the Dead Annie. I believe Annie is the one that you have, because there's many different books of the Deads. Ooh, okay, here we go. So let me go ahead and get this on the screen. Okay. Let me blow this up a little bit. Okay, so let me go ahead and put this on the screen, and then what I'm going to do is invite you to set something up with me, because to explain how to read the Book of the Dead in this class would be very difficult, actually, because you need certain tools before you even do that. So if you guys can see the screen, so the Book of the Dead starts, or it doesn't really start like this, actually, but this is how it was cut up into plates. So the first plate is like this. So the way it starts, right off the bat, you see adoration of Ra when he rises in the horizon, the eastern of the heaven. Okay? So I remember when I first got the Book of the Dead several decades ago, I didn't understand what was happening. I was like, how is it starting like this? Is this a prayer? It continues to say, "Behold, Osiris, scribe of the holy offerings of the gods, of all the gods, Ani, saith he, homage to thee, who has come as Khepera, as the creator of the gods. Thou risest and shineth, make bright thy mother, crown king of the gods." So this seems very confusing if you don't even know, say, who Ra is, or who Osiris is, and then how does Osiris and Ra associate with the sun. So I'm going to say this: there's a few books that you should get before even getting into the Book of the Dead, which gives the history of the Kemetic writings, to understand what's happening in the Book of the Dead. And one is, and moderators can find this and put the links in the room. I have the pictures of them somewhere, but I'm going to give the titles of the books, and I give this to all my students to get. One is Legends of the Gods by E.A. Wallace Budge, and one is Literature of the Ancient Egyptians Anthology. I would suggest that you get those two books, and then I can walk you through some stories to understand what's going on right here. So what's happening in the Book of the Dead, first off, is that the Book of the Dead is actually not the Book of the Dead. It's actually the Book of Life. It's actually called the Per Emheru, Coming Forth by Day. And it's a book of what's going to happen, or what you want your consciousness to vibrate on in the afterlife. It's a preparation for an out-of-body afterlife experience. It's not necessarily talking about any history on the planet, but it's comparing yourself to Ra, who's rising in the horizon in the eastern of the heaven. As the sun rises, you want to imagine your body being able to rise, the sun within it, the solar energy or the Ba within it, being able to rise as smooth as Ra rises out of the horizon, because you're preparing for a rebirth. So the very first line starts off as Tua, which is a word for thank you and adoration. And what's being adorned or adorated is actually the light, the sun. The Ra, there's Ra right here when he rises, and you have the word Ubin. Ubin is a word that means rise, but it also means birth. This is where you get the concept of the Ben, from the Ben stone, as you're being reborn in the afterlife. So you're imagining yourself rising as the sun is rising, and you are, the interesting thing about the Book of the Dead, the Per Emheru, is that as you read it, You are in visualizing that you are the deities that you're reading about. You eventually, throughout the Book of the Dead, become the personification of each of the Netter's powers. Okay, so it says, "Behold Osiris, scribe of the holy offerings of the gods Ani." Now, this is a particular person. Here's where the Book of the Dead gets interesting: is that this Purim Haru that you have is someone else's. It's Ani's. That's why his name is in it. When you read the Book of the Dead, any Book of the Dead, you're going to place your name in there. So that's the first step of the Book of the Dead, is that whenever you see where it says Osiris Ani right here, that's your name. Just like the pyramid text, when it's going to talk about a pharaoh, sometimes in the translation of the pyramid text, you just see the letter N, or it's just a space, because it's designed for your name to go in there. This Purim Haru is, you're visualizing and talking about your journeys. So behold Osiris, scribe of the holy offerings of the gods, Ani, your name would go there. You would visualize that you are like Osiris, the scribe of the holy offerings of the gods. But in order for you to visualize that, we would have to go over what is a Neter Hotep. What is this symbol right here? You see, you have to understand what these symbols are. What is the holy offerings of the gods? For you to even visualize that you're this being and you're doing the holy offerings, you'd have to get a class on what is holy offerings, what is the concept of an altar, what is the concept of an offering, and who are the gods exactly. So homage to thee who has come as Keperah, Keperah, the creator of the gods. Keperah actually means evolution. The Kemetians were the first one to teach about evolution. Evolution is not a European concept. Evolution comes through the Kemetic teachings. Not that they taught that we came from apes, but evolution is in things are constantly rotating and being created. As time goes on, you are never a grown man, ever. You are constantly growing and you are constantly developing inside of this womb that we're in, this world that we're in, which is also a womb. You're constantly a Keperah, evolving and changing. So you're never, ever a grown man, right? So this concept that people say, I'm a grown man, I'm a grown man, that's impossible. If you're a grown man, you're not alive. Because as long as each day that you live, you're constantly mentally, physically changing and growing. And in order to be thinking like that, you have to think in a humble fashion, that you've not reached your peak yet. You're constantly in a state of the scarab beetle or the Keperah. The Keperah evolver who was always in search. That's why they have the word creator, but the word kamam actually means to search for something. If you look at this symbol right here, you'll see a digging tool. This is a tool that digs into the ground, which also represents the beak of Tehuti. That's why the Tehuti bird is called the Kem bird. And Kemam, they have as creator, but in actuality in Kemet, there's no creator. It's an evolutionary process. And you're creating yourself by constantly advancing your consciousness, digging for information, growing yourself. And that's why the tool that's being used is a farmer's tool. You see the farmer's tool, and beside it is the side of a ramp of the Aku, which represents ascension, moving upwards. So you see how the Purim Haru, or the Book of the Dead, in order to read it and comprehend it, you also have to understand what these symbols represent. What are these symbols here? Why is there a digging tool? Why does it say creator? How does creator associate with digging? The creator of the gods. You see that because in religion, God doesn't come from anywhere. But yet in the Medu Neter, or in the Purim Haru, there's creator of the Netiru. But it's actually digger, an evolutionary process. You are becoming the Netiru. Thou risest, thou shinest. That's that word ka right there, which means to rise. That's why you see the hand right over here, and you see the diadem, as they call the rising sun, over here, because that is what is you're imagining or visualizing yourself to be. You're the Ubin, the sun that is rising. You're making bright. But let's analyze this real quick and then I'm going to get you just to contact me to set up some sessions or something. Maketh bright. See that word peset? In English, you just see make bright, but in actuality, the peset is the spine, a spinal column, a resurrection, the spine of Asar resurrecting, the peset, which became the pesjed, and it is a resurrecting of your spinal column, the spiritual light, completely different from just making bright. You see that? And you're being rebirthed. So the whole concept of understanding, you see the mut right there? There's the vulture wings I was speaking of. That's the vulture, right? So the Cometians understood, why would the word for mother also be a vulture? So to understand the Purim Haru, it's going to take years of comprehension. And that's just the first couple lines of it. Let me get back to the room. That's just the first couple lines of it. This Purim Haru of the Book of the Dead, even this particular one, is extremely powerful. I can show you how to use it for having out-of-body experiences while you're alive. You don't have to wait till you're dead for your spirit to leave your body. I can show you how the Purim Haru can be used for out-of-body experiences, how to advance consciousness. Several things are inside the Purim Haru. It takes hours and years to actually learn how to walk through it, but you need the foundations of the culture first so you can understand what these symbols are. So I would say contact me at Tehuti Brown on Facebook. Send me a message. For those who send me messages and I don't answer, is because I have, see how this chat room looks with all the names? That's how my messenger looks with the. So if I don't get to you, it's because you're somewhere pushed to the bottom, and you just send it again, because I get so many messages per week. But send me a message, say you want to set up some classes to learn how to read the Purim Haru, and we will set it up. Peace to all the new people in the room who just came in. We got Arisha from the New Orleans. Peace to you. Glad to have you in the room. Oh, here's one of my favorite names. Thyself, Lord and Master. Nice. You put it in the room. Very good. Legends of the Gods, E.A. Wash Budge. Literature. Oh, nice. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Okay. Hati says, peace, Orisha Adesina. Welcome, brother. Okay. Thank you all for welcome. Well, Sanetia Moon's here. Peace. Sanetia Moon has entered. Maybe she's here for a while. My first time seeing her. Thank you, Sanetia Moon, for putting the literature with the Amazon website for them to order. That is, you are on it. Thank you so much. And welcome to the room. It's my first time seeing you as one of the great moderators. And Nani Aset Mur says, hit like, share, notifications, tell a friend. Yes. Okay, so let's continue. Thank you for that question. And just contact me. It's years to learn how to read it. But when you get it, you can use it for out-of-body experience, sex magic, many things, and it will just change your consciousness. All right. And so the brother appreciated it, and he said, thank you. I think it's a brother, but thank you. Thank you for asking the question. Let's get into more. I want to see Kamit's video thing, where that is. But wow, there's so many. There's so many. What do we have here? Jermaine. Oh, is this the same Jermaine? Wait. No, Jay Hammond. Oh, I know Jay Hammond. Check here, Jay Hammond. Oh, it's different. Different Jermaines. Okay. Shout out to Jay Hammond. Shout out to Jay Hammond. I'm gonna put you as 6. Somebody said, talk about the slap. Talk about the slap. This is the slap. What is this? The slap. Okay. I'll talk about it if I see it in my if I see it in the Cash App or PayPal. For those who want to know about the slap and what's going on with what was that really about, yes, we'll get into that. We'll get into that, and we'll blow everybody's head off with that too. This is what we do here. All right. So when I see it, I'll answer it. But let's get to shout out to Jay Hammond with the $7. Oh, come on, hold on. I gotta erase some things. Hold on, everybody, be a little patient. I gotta erase some things here from last week. Okay, boom, boom. All right, Jay Hammond, where are you, Jay Hammond? No, I don't want to add video clip. I want to. I need to stay awake a little bit. A little background. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Jay Hammond. Jay Hammond with a 7 who says, check your Jay Hammond FB message for question. Okay, Jay Hammond, shout out to you. Respect for that. Let me check my check the Facebook. Okay. I see a video of Jody. Hold on a second. What is there's so much stuff here. Hold on, you guys. Okay, what's this? Peace, can you break down the glyph? Let me see something, Jay Hammond. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, 1 second. Oh, man. One second, everybody. Hold on. Oh, I knew it. Okay, Jay, I'm gonna get to you second. Let me just see something here. I'm trying to. It's giving me an error. The one-man army. The one-man show here. I like to do things thoroughly, so don't give me an error, please. Another error. Wow, what's going on today? Oh, 1 second. Give me a second, Jamie. I have to come back. Oh. Come back to you, I think, actually. Give me a moment, everybody. I am trying to get something on the screen visually for all of you. Okay, I think I got it now. Okay, hold on. Bear with me, everybody. Okay, one moment. Hold on. All right, so shout out to Jay Hammond. I'm going to I'm trying to put something on the screen here, and then I want to see I'm looking forward to Kamit's video thing if I can find it. Give me a moment here. Okay, here we go. Okay, boom, boom, boom. My computer is, I got too much stuff up here. Okay, here we go, boom. All right, so we got Jay Hammond asked a question. He put it in my Facebook. I wanted to put it up on the screen. I'm just gonna go ahead and read it. I'm gonna go ahead and read it off because this is taking too long. Oh man, so much stuff here. All right, so Jay Hammond says, wow. Sorry, Jay, I'm gonna have to go back to you. Where are you, Jay? Jay Hammond sent me an image. There you are, Jay Hammond. Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and put in Messenger and blow it up on the screen so everybody can see it together. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. Show it live, everybody. So here we go. Just gonna go ahead and do a screen share. Here we go. All right. Here you go. Jay Hammond sent me this on my screen sharing. There we go. Boom. So Jay Hammond, where are you? Facebook. Jay Hammond said, "Peace and blessings, teacher. Can you break down this glyph, please? My name is..." Okay, he gave his name, and here is the glyph. This is from the Seti Temple. If you guys can see this, a very interesting glyph. And I'm going to say that the reason why this has so much attention on it and why it needs a breakdown is because of what it looks like to us. When you blow this up, I mean, this is beautiful, and I would love this to be what it looks like to us. It is not, though, but when you look at it, you see what looks like a helicopter. You see over here, this looks like a hovercraft. This one looks like some type of submarine. And then people have said to me that this is a stealth, some type of stealth bomber. Okay, this is from the Temple of Seti. And what you have here is actually difficult to break this down because it's actually damaged. You're looking at damaged hieroglyphics, metanetter, because as one king came in, some of it was written over. Let me see if I can expand something here. Oh, 1 second here, everybody. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let me shrink this down. Let me shrink this down. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can put this here on the screen, blow it up, and show you this, talking about the king of Upper and Lower Kemet. But it is damaged. So we're going to go to this pod. Okay. And we'll get on to the next question. Oh, okay. Here is April. Okay, here we go. Boom. I got it. Okay, boom, show. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I'm doing all this manually, ladies and gentlemen. None of this is pre-prepared, so I'm actually doing this manually. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna open it up. Okay, there. Now I can control what's going on. So I'm gonna put this on the screen right here for everybody to look at, and then we'll take a look at it. Here we go. I'm gonna share screen, and I'll show you that it's talking about the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, but because it's scratched out and rewritten and damaged, it doesn't look like what you're seeing, what you think you're seeing. Okay, let me go ahead and so here we go right here. Here's the here it is, what it looks like drawn over. But as you can see, what appears to be the hovercraft is actually a bow symbol. What appears to be, well, I don't even know if it's a hovercraft, is actually a hand symbol. That is a da. That is a da, that's the letter D. And what appears to be the submarine is actually the letter R. And what appears to be the hovercraft in actuality is the hand with holding something. And then these things here are actually numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And it is Seti I's temple. And this is what it originally would look like. And then here is here's how it gets mutated. And then what you see, it looks like hovercrafts. In actuality, this is the correction of it. And it is the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, the Nesubiti. You see? And 1 second. Okay. So this is it right here. It's a long thing to translate, but this is the correction of it. It's talking about a king and his rulership and him being the Nesubiti of the particular land and area, but and Ra being the sun god or the sun netter. But it is distorted and it looks like spacecrafts and hovercrafts, but in actuality this is what it is right here. It's Seti I's temple. If you want to do a thorough breakdown of the whole thing and what it says, give me a contact. But this is actually what it really looks like right here. The Netubiti of the Ra, the sun god. You see the determinative right there. And there's a Netubiti symbol, king of Upper and Lower Kemet. But as a king comes in and draws over it, it gets damaged. And then we see the damaged, we see the damaged material screen. Where am I? We see the damaged screen. On the screen, it looks like crafts and things to us, but in actuality, it's just damaged meta letters talking about the king of Upper and Lower Kemet, which is Seti I at that time. But before him, it was talking about the king and his worship of Ra and him taking over and being the king of Upper and Lower Kemet, and so on and so forth. And kings kept scratching it off, and that Seti I goes back, around 1200 or so BC. So you're talking about thousands of years of damage, my brother. So if you want to contact me to actually do a walkthrough of what the whole wall says, we can do that. But that's actually what it is. It is damage. Okay, so and that's what it is. It's a tribute to Seti I and his rulership, and before that, the rulership behind that before him. All right, so thank you, brother, for asking that, Jay Hammond. And let me go back to I'm getting messages from moderators about questions being asked, but I'm just going to go up and scroll and go one by one as it is on the screen. I don't jump anybody. I just go as it is on the notifications. I see them all. So here we go. We're at the next one is so thank you, moderators, for that. But I see them all, and I just go up the line. So the next one is Dominique Lamar. Shout out to Dominique Lamar. over here. And I'm gonna put you at 7. Shout out to the support, my brother Dominique Lamar. Here we go. Shout out to Dominique Lamar, who sent a 20 for support. See if it uploads. 20 for support, and it is Obi. Thank you for that, my brother. I appreciate the support. That is awesome. You're always a consistent supporter. Okay, so next up is Kamit said this should work. Okay, finally I see Kamit's. This should work. Let's see if it works. Let me take a look and see. Couldn't preview. There was a problem playing the video. Okay, Kamit. It says couldn't. There was a problem playing this video. Okay. Let me go in the room. Okay, Kamit. Let me see something here. Hold on. Video was sent. I see your shout out to. So first of all, shout out to Kamit. Let me put your Cash App support in the room, and then we're going to see if we can fix this this video problem. I see there was some technical difficulties, so I'm going to go ahead and just see if we can sort this out to get to this video question. And then one of my moderators said that there's a question in the chat. Maybe you put it in chat form. Go ahead, Kamit. If we can't get the video to work, you can go ahead and just email me the question. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Kamit. Kamit with the huge support and donation as always. Kamit with the highest donation of the night, I think. Kamit 101. Shout out to you for the 41.22 for video question sent meditation verse electromagnetic fields. So I'm gonna let me go see if I can get this video to work again. Okay. Question. Wait a minute. Refresh this. Hold on, everybody. Okay. Oh. Where are you, Kamit? Kamit. It's in full size. There was a problem playing this video. Connect more. Okay, Kamit. Let me see. Oh no. Battery low. Hold on. Okay, so Kamit, are you there, Kamit? Press 1. 4122 for Tehuti. Thank you, brother. I got a message from one of the moderators that there's a question in the room. Did you type it in the room, Kamit? Because it says I cannot play this video you sent. Yes, sorry, said it right. That's right. We just broke it down. The words are overwritten. You're exactly right. Okay, Kamit said it's all good. Okay. I'm gonna get back to that, Kamit. It says it's a problem playing the video. If you want to type in the question in the room, that's fine as well. I would love to see this video though, but it says problem with the video. So we'll get back to it, my brother. If you want to, maybe you can send the video to my Facebook. I don't know. Maybe the file's too large. I'm not sure what's going on with it. And thank you, moderators, for letting me know. We're gonna get to you, Kamit. Okay, we got Dorian Hurt, and then I'm going to take a quick little break. Oh, one of the moderators has a very good idea. Maybe if you have a YouTube page, Kamit, you can upload the video to your YouTube page, your YouTube, or even your Facebook, and then I can just go to your YouTube and press play. That's an excellent idea. Thank you, moderator. Nanny Setmer had that idea. Great idea from Nanny Setmer. So until then, yeah, that's actually the safest, easiest way to do it. Instead of trying to figure out bugs in the system, just upload it to your YouTube. We'll go to YouTube, press play, or your Facebook, press play. You can put it on private. Also, if you don't want the world to see or whatnot, you can put it on your YouTube and your Facebook as a private video, and just I can watch it because I'm on your friends list. All right, that's a good solve right there. So we're gonna move on. He said it's all good anyway. So okay, shout out to Dorian Hurt. Shout out to Dorian Hurt, who sent support. Dorian Hurt, and shout out to you again, Kamit. Your support is always awesome, man. Always awesome. We're gonna figure it out. So let's get to Dorian though. And then I'm going to take a couple minute break, and maybe in that break, if I can get to the break, time is running out, but we can play a Comedic Menergies at 11. Comedic Menergies little video. If I can. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Dorian Hurt for the $10. Shout out to Dorian Hurt. Thank you for that support for the podcast. I appreciate it. You are awesome. And I see Kamit also. You put the 4-1, the 2-2. Thank you. I like you guys. You guys send the support with sacred number systems. Thank you. You guys are listening. This is the best group. This is the best group, man. This is the best. No drama, no chaos. Just awesomeness. Okay, I see DHNJ says, you know that. Okay. No Facebook account. 13 breakdown. I like Kamit. Kamit is so awesome. He said, no Facebook account. The 13 breakdown is cool enough. So my Fedbook. That's actually what it was. It was actually FB. It was actually FBI. But yeah, I thank you, Kamit. Kamit said the 13 breakdown was enough for his donation. So maybe what I'll do is I'll also in the week we'll try to figure it out, and then maybe next week the video can play. But he said the 13 breakdown was good enough. Thank you, my brother. You are great. Thank you. Let's get into who else is here. Dorian Hurt. I thought I just did Dorian Hurt. Kenneth sent a question. Simple question. Thank you for the support, Kenneth. Kenneth, are you in the room, brother Kenneth? Is Kenneth in the room? Kenneth, are you in the room, my brother? Shout out to David Ramirez. Familiar name. Shout out David Ramirez. Kenneth, are you in the room? I want to be able to just give you this answer. I'll go ahead and answer real quick. Let me go ahead and put his support in here to let everybody know what simple support, simple donation. I appreciate it really quick. And he just has a simple question. He said, where can I obtain the Per M Haru you use? Okay. what are the Perm Haru I use? Let me go ahead and grab something physical for everybody. Hold on. Back. Okay. All right. And Nania Setmer is going to post a link. Let me get the video back on. Okay. Dug in the crates. So, the brother asked the question, are you in the room, my brother? I'm going to actually show you mine. Almost 4 hours. Wow, Tehuti, thank you. Oh, you're David Ramirez. Thank you. Yeah, teach till my eyes are blurry. Let's go. Let me get some water. So, here is the Book of the Dead. This is one of the ones I use to teach from because it is the most common. This is actually one of my goddess's books. I had to show you this one because this is what the Book of the Dead looks like when you buy it. So this is E.A. Wallace Budges, and you can get this from Amazon. Just type this in, and Naniel Setmer is going to put it also in the room. So this is what it looks like. This is not what mine looks like. I'll grab mine. This is what mine looks like. Okay? So mine looks like it's utterly destroyed. Pages are coming out. This is mine, but underneath all of this is that same one. But of course mine is 3 decades of notes. So that's the Permaru I use, but it looks like this because I designed this. I put this in the front, and it looks like it's just pages coming out. That's from wear and tear and study and teaching and notes and such. But that's the same one there. This is how it looks like when this is how mine looked about 35 years ago, or 30 years ago, or something. I remember when it looked like this. Nice. The other one that I use is this right here. Here's the other one. So here's why I use 2 of them that are use these 2 the most. I have Perm Harus that I don't even teach anybody from, with spells and such in it, but that's not even It's not common. This is the common ones you can get from the store. These are the ones I do use. And why do I use this? I'll put this up on the screen. Okay. So what is this? It's called, you can type this into Amazon as Egyptian Book of the Dead, Book of Coming Forth by Day. And there it is. The first authentic representation of the complete papyri of Annie, translated introduction and commentary by Faulkner. And the reason why I have my students use this one is because, we'll go back to this one. This one is great because when you open it up, well, yours won't look like this, but when you open it up, it has the Medunetter transliteration, you know, without all my notes though, but it has the Medunetter transliteration, but it has no plates. So the Book of the Dead, Purim Haru, actually comes in plates. So it looks like this. This one, this is what it's translated from. These are the actual plates. See how beautiful that is? Looks like it was just made yesterday. So this is the plates with the images of what Annie would have had in 1250 BCE. It's about 78 feet long when you unroll all of this. So you can use the plates, which has the English at the bottom, and then the other one has the word for word translation, but doesn't have the pictures and the plates. Both are needed, and you read them both side by side. And so this is mine inside. So what I did is, I think around 2006, in 2006, I kind of combined them by taking the plates and taking the translation and doing a word for word translation on the white part of the book with my own writing, so that this one would have the plates and the translation. I did it for a few pages until I got exhausted, and here's what it looks like when you put some time into it, and then you can have the translation with the plates. That's what mine looks like there. That's why you see those are word for word translation. It takes a little while, but you know, that's what I do. Mine is falling apart as well. See the pages. I don't even know what that page is, but anyway, so that's what you can get. Nania Summer, did you put it? Is it in there? Okay, Nania Summer is going to put the link in the chat for that, and then I'm going to put it up on the screen. So thank you for that great question. Let's move on. We have more. And oh my goodness, what do we have here? Wait, should I save this one? Oh man, if my goddesses are listening out there, which I know that they are, you'll remember that I said I need to manifest something this month, and that I had a dream, and that something about the pod class. The goddesses know what I'm talking about. The pod class and the dream, and I have to manifest certain things and generate the reciprocity by the good teaching. So a part of it is manifested right here with Kamid is one, but look at this. This is incredible. We have, oh, come on. Hold on, everybody. Remove. Okay. We have Black Alucard with the highest donation of the day for his support, which was in my dream that I told my goddesses about, that I had a dream of something and something about this month manifesting. One of my goddesses looking at me, smiling already. So there it is. Boom. $100 from Black Alucard. $100 from Black Alucard. You are awesome, fabulous. Thank you for manifesting a dream that is much needed and much helpful for what I do. The largest donation of the pod class, Black Alucard, who contacts me directly and actually wants to set up some classes with me. And yes, brother, absolutely, you can. We'll set something up. Contact me again, and we will set something up. That is Black Alucard. Awesome. Wonderful. Hold on. And Black Alucard. Hold on, Black Alucard. Let me turn this is for Black Alucard. See if you can hear this. All right. Thank you, brother, for that. You get a round of applause. You get cheers. You get all that. Thank you, brother. You are awesome. You manifested a vision that I told my goddesses about, part of the manifestation. And thank you so much for that. And for the brother who asked the question, Nani Aset Mer put in, there's the links to the both books of the dead that I show that I have. Oh, this is the one to the walls budge one. It just looks super long. Okay, the walls budge one. And let me just go ahead and put I hope you're in the room. Thank you, Black Alucard. You're awesome, awesome, awesome. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. You are awesome. Here, I'm going to do a quick screen share for those who want to know, particularly. I have so much on my screen. Here we go. Boom. And there's a screen right there. So there it is. That's the same one that I had. And you can, there's where you can get it right off of Amazon. Boom. All right. So glad I can answer that. And thank you again, Black Alucard. The picture one, the one that. Thank you again, Black Alucard. Who is that? Is Black Alucard Boss Fee? I think it's him. Yes. Thank you. And Comedic Menergy. Oh yeah, you've tied Comedic Menergy. That's right. Tied for the highest donation on the pod class. That is right. And Sanetia Moon says, thank you. She's talking like somebody from Baltimore. Thank you, Black Alucard. All right. Thank you. Even myself is doing bullhorns. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, so much. I appreciate it. Let's move on. That was awesome. You guys are awesome. I appreciate it. Is Disney Hall in the room? Shout out to Disney Hall. I want to see if I can understand the question. Shout out to Disney Hall. Let me go ahead and I'm surprised I didn't get any question about this the slap. Somebody said, "What about the slap?" I don't. Yeah, yeah. 12. Okay. Disney Hall. Let me check the room. Disney Hall. Are you in the room? Disney Hall. Disney Hall. I'm not even sure if the name is Disney Hall, but in the room. But whoever you are, Disney Hall, press 1 if you are here in the room. Disney Hall, Disney Hall. So let me give a shout out to Disney Hall and see if he or she can clarify. Shout out to Disney Hall for the support. Appreciate it. And for is there a Matt origin story? A Matt origin story. I'm not sure what if that's there's a creation story that has Ma'at in the creation story. There's comedic creation stories. But shout out to you, a Ma'at origin story. When you come back in the room, or you can contact me directly on that one. I don't know if Disney's even in the room. Disney, are you sorry nobody? Or is it just yes sir for something? I'm not sure. Whoever, if Disney is in the room, just type your name. Just type your name so I can see who's who, because there's conversations going on in the chat, and I can't follow what. I can't see what's going on. Is sorry said yes sir, but I don't know if that's to me or somebody in the chat. But if you're Disney, type it in, and I will wait for that and see. I want some clarification on the question, the origin Ma'at story. I'm not sure if you mean the creation story or the origin of. I'm not sure. I'm not going to guess. Don't worry. I'm going to be looking at the screen. My moderator will be looking out for you. But shout out to you, Disney, whoever you are. I'm going to move on, and much respect for that. Oh, more questions came in. Oh, Jody sent a question. Okay. Oh, it's almost 11. Woo! Jody, let me shout out to Jody. Jody. Put her as Jody, you're number 13. Your question is you're number 13, interestingly enough, in the question list. Okay, here we go, Jody. My chat screen isn't moving, so okay, Jody, you still here? Oh yes, makes sense. All right, so shout out to Jody. I'm still trying to figure out who Disney is, if Disney's in the room, and maybe can clarify the Matt question. But here you go, Jody. Shout out to Jody, sent $5. And Jody's question is in the messenger. Okay. Maybe that's what I saw earlier. So I gotta do some work here. Let me go to the messenger. Search for messages. Shrink this messenger down from J Hammond. And okay, I see Jody. I see a smiley face. Oh, Jody, did you send another video question that you want me to play? I see your head moving in my my messenger, but it's silent. Let me see something. Let me click and see what's going on. There's no sound, right?
I have a question.
Okay, Jody, I got it. Let me get back to the screen. Jody, is this another video question for you from you? Okay. Another video question. I can go ahead and play it. E-Manifesto said, questions can't be written in the Cash App like that. Yeah, the Cash App is limited to the amount of words. So absolutely, if you want to send me a Cash App and you don't think that it words fit, you can send a Cash App and then immediately send me an email, and then I'll put them together. Okay. The PayPal, though, you can put a whole paragraph. Okay, Jody, I'm gonna go ahead and play this. Oh man. Whew. Okay. Yes. I'm teaching in pain. Let me readjust myself. Ooh. Okay. Yikes. Here we go. So Jody sent this, and I'm gonna go ahead and play it. One moment. Okay. I'm gonna put this on a screen share. Screen share. And here we go. We're going to go to Jody's video question. Can you guys see the screen? Do you see smiling Jody on the screen? Can you see it? Okay. So here's her question. Let's see what it says.
Good evening, Tehuti. Good evening, pod class. Good evening, my moderators. I have a question in regards to sigils. I know that there are many different types. You have Enochian, you have magic squares, you got vine runes. There's tons of different ones. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the origin of where they started, different uses of them besides demonology, and different types. Thanks in advance.
Okay.
Good evening, Tehuti.
Oh.
Good evening, pod.
Okay. Let me get this off the screen. Why am I trapped on this screen? Okay, I'm getting a little tired. Okay. Thank you, Jody, for that question. I'm getting a little blurry-eyed. Hold on a second. Okay, Jody, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. If I can do something, please. Can I open up for that particular question, because that's that's going to be a thorough, long answer. I'd like to open up next week's pod class with that. I'd like to play that and start next week's with that, because it's almost 11 o'clock over here, and I want to give a nice answer to that, because there is different type of sigil magic, and of course it originates from geometry, but I want to break it down. So I'm gonna open up next week's with that. I'm gonna make a note of that, because that's not a simple question at all, but it's a great question. Great question. Okay, that is a cliffhanger, yes, because I'm about to hang off of a cliff right now. It's 11 o'clock, and I'm breaking down right now. So I'm gonna let me make a note of that right now. So maybe we can open up next week with that, because I'm getting okay. Where's Jody? Where's Jody? Jody's 13. How come 13 has disappeared? Is this some magic? Let me reload this. Hold on a second, please. Get Jody's question here. That's number 13. I'm going to make a note. Okay. So I'm getting a little tired. Let me. April. And where's Jody? Hey, what? Sorry, hold on. April pod class. 13. There's Jody right there. Okay. I'm gonna put here and make a note because I'm gonna start with this. 13. I'll start. Okay, boom. All right, Jody, I'm going to go ahead and start next week with this 13th cliffhanger. Yeah. 13th cliffhanger. Yes. Okay, I'm going to start with that because I'm getting a little tired here. Let me see what we have. Who's this? Monifa? Oh, I see now. Monifa. Shout out to Monifa. One moment. Shout out to Monifa who sent $5 for support. Oh, my computer's doing something strange. Hold on. Okay. I will save. Okay. Okay. Menu. What is going on? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna here, I'll load this. I'm gonna scratch out people's Cash App names. Okay. Save you. 14. Here we go. 14. Boom. Shout out to Monifa. Let me throw you on the screen, Monifa, for the support. I appreciate it. You are number 14. Oh my. Delete. Go back down, Monifa. Monifa, are you in the room? Under another, if you're in the room, let me know so I can know that you're hearing the shout out and the respect to the support. Monifa, there she is. Monifa Lewis, thanks for sharing. She sends the $5. Thank you, Monifa, for supporting. Appreciate that. Okay. Awesome. Wonderful. Let me refresh the page. I think we're at the end. Oh no, there's another 5. I refreshed it and I'm back at, oh my, another 5. Somebody else send in. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, Jody, are you Lady Casanova? Are you Lady Casanova? Because I guess must be because the exact same question. Okay, finally I'm at Comedic Matter G. One second, Comedic Matter G. I finally see you here. And Comedic Matter G says YouTube Salute to you and your wives. Let me go ahead and save this, and I'm going to play that YouTube video. 15. Shout out to Comedic Matter G. I'm going to put you on. Comedic Matter G, can you send the link to the YouTube? I'm going to go ahead and play it for the minute or so. Comedic Matter G. Comedic Matter G, salute to you and your wives. Shout out to you, Comedic Matter G. I can't copy and paste this, and I can't click on it. So all I can ask is if you put it in the room, and then I'll click on that. So Comedic Matter G, are you in here? And Sorry says he's not Disney, so that's not Disney. I don't know who Disney is. Comedic Matter G, throw the link in there, and I'll click on it and go ahead and play it for the room. Hopefully it's kind of short, though. I only have a little bit of time, but I appreciate it. And thank you for the support, my brother. I can't click on the thing that you sent me. All right. I need the link in the room because he says on his page. Yeah, y'all are sending me on missions. I just need something simple I can click on. I gotta go find the Facebook page, and I have actually 2 pages, 2 names of you on my messenger, so it's short. Can you just put the link of the Facebook page in the room and I can click on it? Because I have you under 2 names in my Facebook. So while that's happening, let me who's this now? Okay, that's Comedic Matter G. Already did that. Teach Star. Okay, we got the 555 from Sorry Jean. Sorry Jean. Put you at 16. Okay. Comedic Matter G, put your Facebook link. I'm not looking at it right now, but put it in the room that I can just click on it, because I have you under 2 names in my my messenger here. I don't know which one to click on. Or what I gotta go on. I'll do too much. I'll just put the link here. I'm gonna click on it and go ahead and I'll play it. I'm getting save. I already saved it. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Is it in there? All right. I can't. My eyes are getting blurry. Okay, here we go. Starting to get tired here. Let me go under boom. Sorry, Gene. Oh, it's not letting me. Okay, delete. Okay, overlay. Shout out to Sorry Gene. Sorry Gene, who sent out 555. It says from Star from I. Okay. Shout out to I. Shout out to you, Sorry Gene. Thank you for that. Let me look in the comments. All right. Okay. So Comedic Matter G. I'm not sure what's happening here. Oh my goodness. Okay. So Comedic Energy, if you could, my brother, could you put your Facebook link or maybe send me a mess, something I can click on, because I can't be searching for Facebook names and such on here while I'm teaching. I got too many things happening right here, and you guys make my work easier. Please just send something simple I can click on. Especially if you have two names under Facebook. I gotta scroll down the messenger unless I can just click on type Comedic Energy, but make it simple for me. And I'll he says unable. Okay, what is your page? Send me a message so I can click on your page, because whatever message we spoke on, you're way down somewhere at the bottom. I get 100 messages a day, so send me a message if you can, just something I can click on. All right, let me continue here. Okay, Comedic Energy link. I got a Comedic Energy link. It's on YouTube. YouTube page. Okay, I just got a message from one of the moderators for a Comedic Energy link on the YouTube that I can actually copy and paste. Okay, that makes it easier. Let's see if this will work. For Comedic Energy YouTube, I'm going to click on it. Let's see. I don't know. It's not I'll put it in the search again. It's not. Okay, let me go ahead and put on screen share, everybody, just to show everybody what is happening here. So I'm gonna go ahead and put on screen share. Screen share, boom, 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 and on my screen share. Okay, good. So here is my. I'm gonna copy and paste the YouTube link for Comedic Energy. I'm gonna go to YouTube. I'm going to put it. I'll put it in here. There it is right there. Boom. And what pops up is this. Is it? I don't know. Is this him? I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure. I'm going to put it in the actual search bar and see if that pops up. Click on that, and what pops up is all this. I don't know what this is. I'm having problems with finding this link, Comedic Energy. That is the link that was sent to me by the moderators, but it is not popping up. Moderators, I don't know what else to do. I'm not sure. I have to continue on. Okay, let me stop sharing. Okay, what else we have here? Put in the Facebook Messenger. Let me click on Facebook Messenger. I see nothing. I don't see any message from Comedic Energy. I'll refresh my Facebook. Refresh. And there's no message from Comedic Energy in my Facebook Messenger. I do have a friend request from somebody, but that's it. I don't know what's stopping it, but very strange. Okay. When I click on the link, it shows me like 5 different videos. I don't know which one. I just need something simple that I can click and go to. So anyways, this is a lot of time going. Let me go to Anthony Perch. Anthony Perch, are you in the room? Anthony Perch, are you in the room? Shout out to Anthony Perch, who says, interesting question. I'm going to put you at 17, and then we're going to close out very soon because I'm getting tired. Moderators, maybe if you know the YouTube link that the Kinetic Menergy sent. You can put that in the room for us. Something clickable. I need something clickable. Okay. Anthony Perch says. What does Anthony Perch say? He says. Where are you, Anthony Perch? Shout out to Anthony Perch for the $13. Who says, what is the absolute truth of know thyself? Anthony Perch, are you in the room, my brother? Anthony Perch, are you in the room? Okay. All right, Anthony Perch. Let me do something here for you because I'm gonna have to close down very soon. I'm getting tired. Okay, 1 second here. One second. One second, bear with me, everyone. Bum, 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 ba-na, bum. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. I started the podcast earlier. Oh, here we go. Oh, man. Okay, here we go, everybody. Anthony Perch, thank you. I'm trying to get something on the screen. I'm trying to get something on the screen here for visuals. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Oh my goodness. It's not showing up on this. That's strange. Okay, let me try again. Let me click this again and see. It's not showing up. Okay. I'm going to show something on the screen. I'm trying to show something on the screen here. And give me a little bit of issues. Here we go. Sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. This is it's not showing what I. Okay, here we go. Oh, hold on. I have so much that I click on one thing and it's pulling up something else. Okay, come on. The screen jumps, it lags, so when I click on the thing, it's not on what I clicked. Okay, here we go. Let me do this slowly. Slowly. There it. Okay. Okay, here we go. It's not pulling up now. This is so okay. Here we are. Here we are. Let me see if all these pictures are there. All right, Anthony Presley put on a screen share. And here we go. All right, so the concept in Kemet is Nuk Punuk. Nuk Punuk is where they got that's where Plato and the Greek philosophers got the concept from. It's from Nuk Punuk, which they translated to as know thyself, or I am what I am is actually what it is. I am what I am. I am Pu, and then Pu is the source of something, of what I am. And to know thyself is to understand the laws of Ma'at say, find fault, malice, know yourself first before you start to judge or discredit or analyze others. So I'm going to put something on the room. This goes back to the as above, so below symbol, imagery or understanding, and then I'll show you how it got transferred into the movie world. So here, I'm going to go ahead and show this. This is the concept of, this is what's called the Luxor Temple, as they call it today, right? The Luxor Temple, as what's called today. It's actually something I use in a debate against a guy named Judah Nazareth. What you're looking at is you're looking at a temple, and the temple in actuality is the shape of a person. This is the as above, so below principle, or the microcosm, macrocosm principle. Those who understood the temple understood themselves, because the temple actually was the reenactment of everything that took place in the human body or in the person's body, because each person was what's called a per, or a temple. You were in actuality a temple or a body or a house called a per. And so the understanding of the temple was the understanding of all the aspects of yourself. I'm going to go into this. Is a lot of writing, and it's very, very tiny and small, but E.A. Schwaller de Lubitz did some research and understood that the temple of man, when you superimpose it on top of a man's body, you would find certain parts of the temple which actually represents what each person should know about themselves, and they would reenact a ritual which would actually reenact the functions of the human body. So here you see the little balls and colors, and then over here you see the explanation of what each of these balls represented. The 12 columns in the hall, the 12 columns represent 12 hours of the day, and this associates with the optic nerve. When you go to the pink, the optic nerve, and understanding how the body function works was also understanding the temple. So in Kemet, physical, spiritual health of your mental health, and understanding your own body was literally knowing what you're made up of. The term know thyself, or nuk punuk, or rek punuk. The word pu, it developed the word puat, or paut, and paut meant the origin of something. Understanding the source of where you come from, the source of what makes you up. Literally your own personal source, your own personal self. But to know the self and to understand what you are was also to understand all other aspects of the universe, because in Kemet we didn't just understand ourself as just the body that we were in, but yourself expanded outside to the nature also around you. This concept, and I can send you this image if you want, because it's a lot of writing, but it's from the Temple of Man, E.A. Schwaller de Lubitz, and it was an understanding of the temple. As the priests studied and understood the temple, they would also understood how their own bodily function would work, spiritually, physically, and emotionally. So the more they understood about the temple and the functions is literally the more that they would know thyself and know the connection between self and the outside world. For example, if you think that you are just composed of your hands, your arms, your head, your nose, and such, then understand that if you were to cut off your arm, you could still live. But if you were to move to an area and cut off all the trees around you, you would cut off the oxygen, thus your lungs and your heart wouldn't function. So the trees that are around you, in actuality, are as important or even more important than your own hand. By understanding the self and your functioning around the universe and around the nature around you, you would also start to treat not only yourself better, but you would treat nature around you better. You would keep yourself more mentally and physically healthy. You would comprehend that you'd be so focused on perfecting yourself, you wouldn't have a chance to critique anyone else. When you see somebody and they are constantly critiquing other people and constantly mocking or trying to find fault in other people, that is the person that is actually spending no time in knowing thyself. They're spending no time at all because they're focusing on trying to know everybody else or becoming a busybody, when you should be full focused on knowing yourself. You'd have no time to be arguing and critiquing with anybody. This concept, am I still screen sharing? Okay. Everybody can still see the screen? Okay. This concept got placed inside this movie right here, which is what this movie was all about. The Temetnoski, which was the first thing that Neo went to look at when he entered into the Oracle's area, and this translates to as know thyself, which again, when you go into the movie, even the movie's explanation of the know thyself is an ancient Egyptian perception from the temple of Luxor. You see, the temple of Luxor, the appropriate by the number of Socratic Greek writers whose thinking was heavily influenced by Egyptian civilization, afterwards most famously adopted by Plato and several of his Socratic dialogues. So they take you back to the temple of Luxor again, because let me get back to the screen. The temple of Luxor and other temples too, but this one specifically was the largest, was all about the as above, so below aspect. As you study the temple, as you study the religion of Ma'at, as you study the mathematics that correlate on the in the temple, you literally know thyself. You literally rek punuk or nuk punuk. You understand self better as you understand your functioning and your spot within nature itself, and you have no time to waste arguing, critiquing, and bothering other people, because you're spending so much time understanding how yourself correlates with aspects of the universe. But that's the principle of know thyself. That's where it comes from. Of course, I can do a whole class on the as above, so below symbols and geometric codes within nature and how it relates to yourself. But that's the origin of it, and that's where it comes from. Okay. Okay, so we'll just stop right there because it is, at least with that one. But thanks for that question. Did we ever get a link to the direct Kemetic Meta G video, or are we still trying to search around? Okay, I'm just looking for one thing I can click on for that. Just something simple. Okay. What do we have here? We have Sullen Rock. Is Sullen Rock in the room? Shout out to Sullen Rock in the room. Are you in the room, Sullen Rock? I'm gonna have to close after this. It's getting, I'm breaking down. 17, 18. Shout out to Sullen Rock. Sullen Rock. And where are you? Here you are. Oh, it's telling me to erase things. Hold on, everybody. I gotta erase. Okay, delete. Delete. Okay, I'll check the emails. Okay, boom. Sullen Rock. Sullen Rock, are you in the room? Sullen Rock. All right, shout out to Sullen Rock, who says, wants me to elaborate on Hekapata. Hekapata. Let me check in the comments and see if Sullen Rock is in the room. Sullen Rock, are you in the room, my brother? Shout out to you. I'm not sure if you're in the room anymore. Shout out to you. And let me do something real quick. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'll do a little screen share and show everybody. If Sullen Rock is in the room, shout out for the $5. And he asked about the head capital. Let me get this off the screen. Okay, screen share. I'm not sure exactly what he's asking, but I'm just going to break down the words and break down the source. Here we are right here. Am I sharing screen? Screen share, screen share. No, the screen isn't sharing. Screen share. I think. Okay, here we go. Screen share. Boom, boom, boom. And here we go. We're going to go to reference is page 89 on the Per Amharu. And it says, may be done in the heaven, being done what I commanded in the house of the Ka of Ptah. And I'll break this down. What we have here is Het, which is this square. This is a stool. Sorry. Let me start from over here. Ka, Neter, Het is this this H symbol. This is the flax, the Seneb flax, which makes the H. And we have Het, Ka, and we have Ptah. So we have Ptah, that's P-T-H, if we read it this way, which is interesting because if you read it the other way, it's Hotep. If you read it the other way, it's Ptah. But this way is Het, Het, Ka, Ptah. So, and that's the Neter symbol in there. What this represents is Het is the house, an area, a domain, a dwelling, a realm. And Ptah is the opener. It's a symbol of the bullhorn. And the Ka is unfortunately we don't have any word for this in English, but it would be similar to what people call a spirit. It's the realm of the spirit of Ptah, or the opener. The opener. This is also one of the name of the temples. It was a temple and a land area in Kemet. That's why you see this land symbol right here. This is called the Nu. It's a land symbol. And this Het Ka Ptah is where they mutated and mutilated to create the word Egypt. It became He Ka Ptah, which became Egyptah, and that became Egyptos. But it was a temple, a major temple area, and an area in Kemet, which was the house of the soul of Ptah. Ptah was the god of tongue and the god of thought and tongue, manifesting things out of sound energy. That was Ptah. So Het was the house of the soul of the Ptah, and it was an area in Kemet that the Greeks came in and eventually named all of Egypt after this one word. Okay. All right. So I'm not sure if you're in the room who asked that question. but I'm going to move on. Okay, so Anki Ma'at puts this link in here. Now I'm going to go back to my email where Comedic Metagy said he sent the link, and I think I see it now. I think I see it now. Here we go. All right. We have action. Okay, we have action. Let me go ahead and play this. We finally have action. All right, let's go. Comedic Metagy. We finally. All right. I see him right here. Let me go ahead and subscribe to your channel, so now I can just click on subscriptions if I want to find one of your videos. So here we go. We finally have Comedic Metagy's video. We're gonna go ahead and play that. I'm gonna mute. Actually, no, I don't have to mute that. Ooh, gosh. Okay. Comedic Metagy, where are you? Screen share. We have action. What? I'm seeing Jael language on the screen. Hold on. I'm seeing JavaScript. Okay, here we go. Screen share. We have action. Finally. That is Comedic Metagy, ladies and gentlemen. That is his YouTube right there. I'm going to go ahead and play it. I'm going to turn the volume up nice so you guys can hear it. And take a little break while this is playing.
Today I'm sharing the beginning of chapter 5 in Sheikh Adi Diop's African Origins of Civilization. I wanted to share this. I was a few days ago building with a few people who were in the event of our conversation, requesting names and dates of a source that I brought up pertaining to African civilization and what was going on elsewhere in a very ancient period of time. So I want to quote Sheikh Adi Diop, who is actually quoting one of the authorities named Moret, M-O-R-E-T. And Moret is quoted as saying, as an expert in the field of this historical period of time in antiquity, nowhere else had natural conditions favored the development of human society to the same extent as in Egypt. Nowhere else do we find a chalcolithic industry comparable in its technical perfection. Moreover, apart from some stations of uncertain age in Palestine, no trace of man earlier than 4000 BC exists in Syria or Mesopotamia. By that date, the Egyptians had their feet on the threshold of their history proper. It is then reasonable to attribute this precocious development of Egypt's first inhabitants to their own genius and to the exceptional conditions in the Nile Valley. Nothing proves that it was due to the incursion of a more civilized stranger. The very existence of such, or at least of their civilization, remains to be proved. Here we have, in the year 4000 BC, I will repeat, moreover, apart from some stations of uncertain age in Palestine, no trace of man earlier than 4000 BC exists in Syria or Mesopotamia. Care to comment, add on, elaborate? Stop by, Comedic Metagy. brine cinnamon for kinetic energy. Peace. Peace, yeah. Peace to the community. I am Kinetic Energy. I am out of Philadelphia, and I am a present student of the teachings of Tehuti, and also have been for close to 30 years a student of scholarship. Before I gave my first presentation, it was important for me to share a little bit of history, educational wise, a little bit of experience wise, to you guys in the community, so you are aware of a little bit of background history about and where things began. So I began my quest of the sciences and mathematics of our universe in the church, like many of us. I quickly rose as a high-ranking member of the clergy in a local Methodist church. Before I graduated high school, I was given great news as a member of this clergy. Upon my graduation of high school, I am fully funded for 2 years of theology college in 1998, and I jumped on it, of course. I began my path in theology school at the Institute of Philadelphia in 1999. And I spent about 6 months in theology school, and within 6 months of being in theology school, I had suffered a revolution, what I call like a self-revolution. I did finish school. I majored in business. I had a minor in marketing, and I found myself after college sort of opposing the church's doctrine. I went on a sort of sabbatical and took a new walk of life in 1999 and began studying the sciences and mathematics of Islam, introduced to me in Philadelphia in 1999 by a brother named Self-Born. For 10 years, I taught Allah's mathematics to children and adults. I learned and led thousands and taught this new way of life. I denounced my representation from the nation of gods and earths in 2009, and I began studying science and physics. So to put my new study into practice, I worked and studied electricity, and am presently a certified electrician. I started my own business with this book smart. I had the street smart, and I started my own business without loan, without support. I am owner and operator of www.215tvwallmounting.com. And
it's another video.
Since my business in 10 years, I have provided free training to inner city youth through a local Philadelphia charter. And I have spent the last decade of my life giving back to the same neighborhood I came from in North Philadelphia. And I have spent countless
It is a different video.
months and years on research projects and projects built coming from one main world venue, a sort of center of higher intelligence, ancient Kemet. Peace.
Okay, let me get back to the screen. Looks like I played 2 videos. Let me eyes are okay. Nice. Thank you, Comedic Meta-G. Looks like it went from one video rolled into the next. I didn't even know that it switched videos, but I like both of them. Thank you, brother. Wonderful. We finally got the videos to play. Okay, let me go back here. And okay, we're gonna end off with some support from Netter Unk Hotep L. He gave everybody's giving donations with number codes. So we have am I seeing them? No. Oh, hold on. Okay, boom, 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 boom. So shout out to Comedic Energy for the videos, and shout out to the brother who supports every single pod class, and that is it Netter the Great? Let's see. Netter Unk Hotep L. Netter Unk Hotep L. Shout out to you for the 8. And it says not just, but for support. Thank you, brother, for the support. You always come through. Okay, and one last one. Let me see if I think that's it. Wait. Sullen Rock says, I need that PDF, King. What PDF? Let me put this up. What PDF? What PDF? What PDF? The book? Maybe they're looking for the book. Let me go ahead and put Sullen Rock up here. Shout out to Sullen Rock, who sends $5. And the $5 says, I need that PDF, King. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe he's asking for the directions to the books, the 2 PDFs. Let's go ahead. And Sullen Rock says, I need that PDF, King. Talking like T-Top. Okay. Shout out to you, Sullen Rock. Send me an email to tell me what is a PDF you're speaking of. That's the email right there. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all. That concludes, I believe that's everybody. We have Jody's to start off next week. Maybe Kamik can get the video done. And that is everybody. I believe that's everybody. If there's anybody that I missed or said I was going to get to, or we're still trying to find out who Disney is, but shout out to everybody. Thank you all for coming to the Tehuti pod class. Let me give a shout out to everybody before I go. And we got thyself, Lord Master, Temple of Luxor. Oh, you are the Temple of Luxor PDF. I'm sure. Oh, what he means. Okay. This is a picture. It's there is a PDF book on it. But let me give a shout out to everybody. Shout out to the moderator, Nani Aset Mur. Shout out to Kamit. We need 2-week classes. Shout out to Kamit. Shout out to Jody. Shout out, of course, to Comedic Matter G. Jody said, Nukpu Netter Hemet. Got Jody speaking Metanetter now. What is happening in the world, huh? We got Jody from the Kill the Breeze podcast speaking Metanetter. Everybody's transforming. This is awesome. Shout out to Jody. Shout out to Robert Reyes, who's awesome. Shout out to the moderator, Anki Ma'at. Let me just give a shout out to all the moderators. Shout out to Senetsi and Amun. Let me actually put the moderators on the board for helping out so much, assisting. And there they all are. Senetsi Amun, Nani Aset Mur, Anki M. Ma'at, and the unofficial, the moderator without the wrench, Ahati Ma'at, shout out to you all. This has been great. E-Manifesto, shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the room. This has been a great one. But you know what? Time is running out. Time is running out. So let me give the last advertisements. For those who are new to the room, those who are watching this video, you can send support to TT Amun Cash App. You can send support to PayPal at Rocky SV and TT Amun. This is the Tehuti pod class where I answer questions based on the questions that are sent over the Cash Apps and the PayPal. And I appreciate the support from everyone. Those who want to know about my PDF books, this is Melanin Dark Consciousness. This is Stepping Out the Matrix. You can contact me directly at the email to inquire on how to get them. That is my email right there. Always seek questions, ask questions, and seek ma'at. Shout out to everybody that supports. Shout out to everyone in the room. Let me go ahead and put up the where is it here? In the corner. Shout out to the snake style. The snake style. Our motto is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Today I only had Neith out. I didn't bring any of the snakes out today. But shout out to everybody. Respect for everybody for supporting the room. Let me go back and see some of the final comments for those who appreciated the class. Wow, there's a lot of final comments, a lot of comments here. Respect to everybody. Sorry, nobody. Respect to you. I don't know what that symbol is there, but I'll check it out. Robert Ray, Snake Style. Shout out to Sinetia Moon's giving a shout out. Special shout out to everyone watching out of the country. And then there's I'm not sure what that is at the end, but thank you, Sinetia Moon. Yes, a lot of people that are out of the country watching. Nanny says, stay home. See you all next week on the Tehuti pod class. Wonderful, wonderful. Love you all. Master K, shout out to Master K. He says, thank you, Saba. Thank you. This has been one of the longest pod classes ever. We're going to go ahead and close out. I'm going to close out with the affirmation. One moment. And for those who don't know the affirmation, I'm going to go ahead and say it. Anki Mayat, Un MS, Nin Tet Oset and Mayat, Min Hepapet and Mayat, Her and Hukiwi per Ikut. I live from Mayat, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. And then grab me any one of the snakes. Anybody. Grab me bring the black tank down here. I gotta close out at least with one of the the blacks and the Kemetic guys.
Bring the whole thing.
Yeah, sure. Oh, perfect. Yeah, we're gonna close out. I have to close out by definitely showing one of my snake family members from Kemet. Can't have a show with a snake style without a snake. So let me go ahead and show my Kemetic snake to bid everybody off. All the way from Kemet. Here. This is this all set? This is all set, I think. Okay, this is all set. All right, there's all set all the way from the Nile Valley. She's my Nile Valley black snake. All the way from the Nile Valley. I have a family of these, Aset, Nebtet, and Osar. 3 snakes from the Nile Valley with 3 Nile Valley snake names. Aset, Nebtet, Asar. Shout out to everybody. I love everyone for your support. You guys are all Great. Senate Amun says, thanks everyone for joining. See you next Friday. Nanny says, stay home. Robert Reyes, peace and love, everybody. I'm going to move this banner off the screen. Ask questions. I'm going to put this one up for the Tehuti pod class. You all are good. Check me out on the Sonnetter video. Let me go ahead and look it up right here if you guys want to see. I'll put that on the screen. This was me and Sonnetter doing a little conversation tag team. Pretty funny, but you'll see the method that I use. It's
Said it was a woman. Where?
This video right here. I'll put the screen on. You guys can see the screen. Put the screen share. Boom. There we go. Boom. Boom. And it's going to show screen share in just a moment. And it is so interesting how it no, not that one. Not that. Where is it? Here it is. If you guys can see the screen, that is it right there. And it is called You Don't Want to Miss Out on the Debate of the Decade. Go to Sonnetter, put that on. You'll see a full video of me and Sonnetter talking to Christians and Hebrews. Okay, if everybody can see that, I'll take it off screen share. Okay, good. All right, everybody, peace and love. Peace to DHNJ. Peace to everyone in the room. You guys were all great. Upesh Ma'at by Robert Reyes. You guys were all awesome. We're going to close out. You put the Tehuti symbol on the top corner where it belongs. Right here. Boom. Tehuti pod class. Snake style. The netter. Peace and love, everyone. Anki Mayat Un MS. And we are now going to bid everybody farewell. Sleep well. Dream well. Contact. Support the Tehuti pod class. Peace.